Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Next Generation Africa Voices of the Aspen Institute community event. Allow me to stand on all existing protocol. I want to begin by saying how incredibly honored I am to welcome you all to today's program. This event is not just a gathering, it's a celebration. And it's a celebration of bold ideas, of African-led innovation representing African excellence. We are here in the heart of Accra, surrounded by visionaries, change makers, and leaders who are not only imagining a better future, but they're building it. So whether you've traveled across oceans or you've joined us from just around the corner, your presence here speaks to your curiosity and to your belief in the power of locally driven solutions. My name is Sylvia Cali. I am a proud Sierra Leonean American, and I serve as the Associate Director of Fellowships at the Aspen Global Innovators Group. I have the incredible privilege of working alongside some of the brightest and most dedicated leaders across the continent, some of whom you will hear from today. To open us formally and share more about the Aspen Institute and the power of this moment, it is my pleasure to introduce our interim executive director, a champion for global leadership, and invite Peggy Clark to the stage. Please join me in welcoming her.
Hello, everyone. What a beautiful room. You guys look fantastic. We're so delighted to have you here with us today. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Next Generation Africa. We're delighted to have you with us today. This afternoon is going to be a unique gathering of leaders and innovators from across West Africa. And my sincerest thanks go out to my co-hosts here, the other parts of Africa. I'd like to introduce Ayo Dele Maji. Could you stand, please, Ayo? She is the CEO of Africa Leader Initiative West Africa, and my other colleague, Am Ekong. Am, could you stand? Oh, she went to meet my keynote speaker. She is the head of West Africa Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. So we're gathering together here, and I'm so grateful to you, Ayo, and to Am for your partnership in putting this idea into a reality. So let's just get to know each other a little bit in this room. For those of you who are Aspen Global Innovators, West Africa Innovation New Voices Fellows, could you please stand? Let's give you a round of applause. Woo-hoo. Those of you that are associated with the Africa Leadership Initiative West Africa or the Africa Global, Aspen Global Leadership Network, please stand. Any of those in the room. And members, there we go, beautiful. And those of you who are with the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, could you please stand and we'll recognize you? There we go. Beautiful. And then those who call themselves friends and colleagues of any of the above, please stand so we can welcome you into this space. So I'm really delighted to give opening remarks to this, but I'm not going to take too long because we've got some amazing people and stories and music and poetry that's going to come into the space today. So I just want to acknowledge for a moment, particularly for me as an American, we gather here today at a moment really of profound upheaval and really disarray in many of our global structures, with long-standing systems and relationships challenged and being turned upside down. We're all kind of reeling from the effects of this rollback of U.S. development assistance and the breaking of long-standing commitments and partnerships. So we don't know yet what the new world is going to look like, but we do know that we've crossed a Rubicon and we won't go back beyond to the way it was. Yet, in this moment of disruption of old systems is a moment of unparalleled possibility. What could this new world look like? What will old and outdated power systems change and shift in ways that we really can't even imagine yet? Africa, as we all know in this room, is poised on the precipice of a potential major takeoff in sustained economic growth. And that sustained economic growth is dependent upon a powerful demographic shift, where by 2050, Africa's youth population will actually double, reaching over 830 million. The opportunity there is if the right investments are made in young leaders, it can fuel economic growth that will be historic for the continent of Africa. And the rise of Africa's young leaders, coupled with these huge shifts in the global world order, position us at this incredible moment, which feels somewhat awkward, but in that crack is where the most creative work also comes, and where the brightness and new models appear. So in this room alone, experts from across Africa are putting pen to paper to write and talk about a new development framework for Africa, grounded in sustainability and ownership. Many of you in this room today will lead and are already leading this new path. This afternoon, we will hear from experts, activists, thought leaders, innovators about their visions for the future of Africa at this pivotal moment of possibility. And as you know, this is a gathering of the Aspen West Africa community and friends of those members of that West Africa Aspen community. And you may not know this, but the Aspen Institute was founded 75 years ago in 1940. And that moment was just as the world was reeling from the end of World War II, which devastated whole nations. And a very unusual group of leaders, much like the leaders in this room today, from across different sectors, gathered together in a tent in the mountains of Aspen, Colorado, to talk about the future. There were scientists like Albert Schweitzer, there were corporate leaders, there were philosophers, there were politicians, and they all gathered to ask what makes a good society? And how can we prevent the horrors of World War II happening again? What would it look like if society was based on humanistic values? So the Aspen Institute for Humanistic Studies was born on that day in the cold air of the mountains of Colorado. Since that time, Aspen has grown into a major global institution with gatherings on critical issues and fellowships in 20 countries, including this one gathering here on a sunny day beside the pool at Labate Beach Hotel with all of you. The Aspen Institute's policy programs and fellowships span across the globe, but we are all united by a strong thread, and that is a belief in values-based leadership. At Aspen, we look for and we support fellows whose clear individual purpose guides their leadership. These leaders are connected with head and heart to their work in the world. I'm sure that you will be inspired, you will be moved, you will be amazed when you hear their stories and more about their work. So now it's my very great pleasure and honor to introduce our partner, Fatima Riaz, Program Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're grateful, Fatima, for your long-standing support of the foundation in the Aspen New Voices Fellowship Program. Fatima leads Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation advocacy work around certain key issues and has a distinguished career on health policy issues. Please join me on the stage, Fatima.
Hello, everyone. And can I just say before I start off, can we have a round of applause for the Aspen team, Peggy, Sylvia, the organizing team. Thank you so much, Peggy, for bringing us all together at a time when us holding each other in collaboration and cooperation is really what the world needs. So thank you so much for this. You know, I have to say, it is such an honor to be in a room full of such bold thinkers, doers, and believers who are completely transforming the face of West and Central Africa and helping build a more healthy and prosperous region. So thank you all so much for being with us today. I always like to say, if you want to feel old and particularly unaccomplished, walk into a room of young African innovators. And I would add underdressed to that list because, oh my God, you look fantastic. But seriously, if we just look at this room today, young people in the region are using podcasts and radio to take the message of climate justice to communities. They're using the power of machine learning and AI to improve maternal outcomes in high-risk pregnancies. And they're also taking entrepreneurial opportunities to the grassroots level to ensure equitable economic transformation. And that is just the young leaders in this room today. I know we like to say that young people are the future. I actually disagree. I think young people are the now. 60% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa is under the age of 25. By 2030, the year we hit the Sustainable Development Goals targets, 42% of young people in the world will actually reside in Africa. That is not a statistic. That is a strategic opportunity. And as funders, we pay attention. Even if we look at some of the topics that we'll be speaking about today, when it comes to agriculture, young people aren't just doing agriculture differently, they are completely redefining farming. Everything from AI-based irrigation to community-supported agroforestry, things that I would not be able to explain if you pushed me on them. But young people in the region are leading. When it comes to climate change, they're not waiting or asking for permission to take action. They are leading with climate protest, with solar-powered microgrids, another thing that I wouldn't be able to explain if you pressed me on, but I know it's important and I know you're leading on it. And on to my favorite topic of women's economic power and the importance of investing in women. Young women-led ventures in the region are leading when it comes to fintech and renewable energy. And this is important because we know that every dollar invested in female entrepreneurs returns $7 in economic and social benefits. So what I will close with is this. As a funder, what I can tell you is that we are listening, we are collaborating, and we would like to be remembered with the African proverb of, we are the ancestors of the future. May we be the ancestors that young people will thank. So, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to today.
Thank you so much, Fatima. It has been an honor working with you. And as we shift gears, I'm honored to walk you through what lies ahead. So Next Generation Africa brings together a range of voices. Many of today's speakers are the Impact West Africa Fellowship, they're Aliwa Fellows, they're Andy members, they're partners and members of our communities from the private and public sector who are shaping the future of this region from the ground up. You'll also hear from artists whose voices are equally vital to imagining and building resilient futures. So today is intentionally dynamic. It's designed to blend big ideas, real-world innovations, and personal stories, all rooted in local excellence. So throughout the program, you're actually going to hear from our fellows. We're calling this segment From Field to Future, and it's going to be short, powerful spotlights on bold, community-rooted ideas, and you're going to meet the people who are bringing these ideas to life. We'll also dive into 3 powerful conversations. First, we're going to explore how technology and innovation is transforming access to care and services. Then we'll shift a little bit to the power of climate adaptation and food security, featuring local solutions from across the continent. And finally, we'll close with a session on women's economic empowerment and leadership, centering the role of women in driving progress at every level of society. So interspersed throughout, you'll share moments, reflection, creativity, poetry, performance that will remind us of beauty and resilience. We'll have a short intermission mid-afternoon, and then we'll close the day with a reception to connect and continue the conversation. So without further ado, let's get started.
Leadership is a joyful experience. I think people often fear the position of leading because it can be scary, because you are forced to be vulnerable and expose yourself. But in all of that, I have to say that I found great joy and opportunities for laughter and for humility, and it has really fueled my spirit and desire to lead in more spaces. But most importantly, it's fueled my desire to encourage others to lead alongside me, lead before me, and lead behind me.
I've got to come back up because I've got to explain that video. For those of you, we can't play that video and not explain the meaning behind it. So this entire gathering was the idea of our dear colleague and sister, Lola Adedokin, who suddenly passed away in October. Last year, her passion for uplifting African leaders, amplifying community voices, and ensuring that bold ideas are not just heard, but invested in, and they're infused in every part of today's program. So though Lola is not here with us physically, her spirit, her vision, and her love for this work is deeply felt in this space. So in honor of Lola, we wanted to play one of her last videos. Thank you.
I was 14 when I woke up to find blood on my sheets, like a scene from a crime show. I gasped like I had been stabbed. The crimson stain spread across my sheets like an accusation. I ran to my sister with tears threatening to spill. But what I remember most that day wasn't the blood. It was her face. No shock, no alarm, just a calm nod as though she had been expecting this uninvited guest. "Take a shower," she said. "If it's still coming, you've got your period." Fun fact, it was still there. In the shower, the water ran clear, then pink, then clear again. When I returned to the room, she had laid a pad on my underwear and gave it to me as though it was nothing. "You're going to need this every month," she said. That walk to school changed everything. Every step was a negotiation between my body and this foreign object. I waddled like a penguin with secrets. At school, my friends saw me. "Fanny, what happened to your leg?" I lied through my teeth that I hurt myself, wounds they couldn't see. Over the years, period became normal. Unwrap, position, dispose, repeat. I eventually finished school and earned my master's in 2019. It was then that I realized that my period was routine. I always knew I wanted to work in menstrual health, but the weight of that calling did not hit me until I stood in the classroom at Matilda Newport Junior High School in Liberia. Wooden decks tightly arranged with sweat dripping down our back, demonstrating to girls on how to use sanitary pad. Some froze, others giggled. Then in the back there was a hand, Jackie. Jackie was 22 years old in the 7th grade. "I did not know something like this existed," she said. Like I had just introduced her to AI. In that moment, I saw what my sister's simple act of giving me a sanitary pad was. It was access. It was dignity. It was a right that girls like Jackie had been denied. In my apartment that night, I searched for answers and found that of the 52 importers of sanitary pads in Liberia, only 2 were women. The rest, foreign men, most who couldn't spell menstruation. Yet, they decided if girls like Jackie could go to school. The menstrual economy in Africa is worth over $1.2 billion US. That's billion with a B. Despite driving the demand, women barely see the profits. They bear the cycles, but not the gains. And a fraction of that industry is led or owned by women. And I refuse to accept that. I want you to imagine a world where women don't just drive the demand, they control the market, where women and girls are suppliers and distributors, where period doesn't pause Jackie's life, it pays her bills. This is the world I seek to create. That's why I launched You Get Pads, to produce affordable, locally made sanitary pads in Liberia. But it's more than just pads. It's about economic power and justice. We're taking the profits of menstrual products and putting it in the hands of women and girls. Women are becoming suppliers and distributors. This is more than just a dream. It's a revolution with wings. And I invite you to join me. I will be in the back if you're ready to help me build a world where period doesn't pause the lives of girls, it pays their bills. Thank you.
Depuis mon enfance, j'ai été passionné par la médecine. Je soignais les plaies de mes frères avec de l'eau chaude. Et j'aidais les herboristes de mon quartier à chercher certaines plantes pour le traitement de certaines maladies. Après mon bac, j'ai postulé pour la faculté de médecine. Et le jour des résultats, j'étais au campus avec mes amis et j'avais peur de ne pas voir mon nom sur la liste. D'un seul coup, l'un des collègues criait « Émile !» Quand je me suis approché, effectivement, mon nom était dans la liste des étudiants retenus. J'ai crié de joie et enfin, je serai médecin. De retour à la maison, malheureusement, mon frère me dit « Non, Émile, tu dois retourner à Kara. » Kara étant une ville où il n'y avait pas la faculté de médecine, je me suis frustré et j'ai pleuré toute la nuit. Mais une fois à Kara, je n'ai pas perdu ma passion pour la médecine. J'étais devenu un infirmier. Et j'ai commencé par travailler dans une clinique qui est spécialisée dans la prise en charge des personnes vivant avec le VIH. J'ai eu à soigner plusieurs personnes vivant avec le VIH, mais l'une d'entre elles m'a beaucoup marqué. C'était une dame du nom de Naka qui était arrivée très souffrante, presque mourante, mais après sa guérison, m'a remercié pour l'accompagnement que j'ai eu pour elle. Et elle dit ceci, « Émile, si tous les soignants étaient comme toi, je parie que beaucoup de patients allaient être guéris avant de recevoir les soins. » Dans cette clinique, j'ai continué par travailler sur un projet de santé maternelle et infantile spécialisé dans la professionnalisation des agents de santé communautaires. Je me suis donné corps et âme, engagé dans l'atteinte des objectifs programmatiques. Lorsque j'étais en mission, ma directrice programme sortante m'a informé qu'elle était allée voir le responsable de l'organisation pour l'informer qu'elle devait me préparer pour que je lui remplace après son départ. Le responsable de l'organisation disait « Non, pour moi, il faut un médecin pour ce poste. » À une réunion, brusquement, il prend la parole et dit que je serai le directeur de programme après le départ de ma directrice sortante. Surpris, j'avais la chair de poule, ma tête était grosse. J'ai eu des difficultés à marcher jusqu'au podium pour remercier l'administration pour la confiance portée à ma personne. Au cours de mon évaluation, le responsable de l'organisation m'a félicité pour l'atteinte des objectifs parce que j'étais à plus de 90% pour l'excellent travail que j'ai eu à faire, mais à répéter, pour moi, il fallait un médecin à ce poste. Frustré, je suis resté silencieux jusqu'à ce qu'il quitte mon bureau. Cela m'a montré que le savoir-faire et la persévérance peuvent aider à surmonter les défis de la vie. Tout comme moi, les agents de santé communautaires sont sous-estimés pour le manque de leur qualification officielle plutôt que leurs compétences réelles. Et pourtant, ils sont en première ligne pour offrir les soins essentiels à nos populations les plus vulnérables dans des endroits difficiles d'accès. Pendant la COVID-19 et l'Ebola, les agents de santé communautaire ont contribué significativement à la maîtrise de la pandémie. Et pourtant, ils ne sont pas toujours rémunérés. Je voulais juste parler de l'un de mes collègues agents de santé communautaire dans la région de l'Akara qui couvre 2 villages et traverse des fleuves pour faire les campagnes de sensibilisation, distribuer le milda. Et pourtant doit attendre 3 mois, 6 mois avant d'avoir $10. Je vous invite à réfléchir à toutes ces expériences afin de soutenir mon plaidoyer pour que les agents de santé communautaire soient rémunérés, équipés, formés, afin de continuer par sauver des vies et améliorer la santé de nos communautés. Merci.
Countries in Africa are facing significant healthcare challenges. According to Health Policy Watch, only about 52% of the population, roughly 615 million people, have access to the healthcare they need. Meanwhile, the continent carries 24% of the global disease burden, but is served by just 3% of the world's health workers, as reported by African Mission Healthcare. Global health challenges are vast, but so are the opportunities for impact. Across the continent, community-driven innovation and technology are transforming healthcare access. This discussion will highlight grassroots leaders and digital solutions that are breaking barriers and building more equitable health systems. One of these innovators is Victoria Saki, a 2024 Impact West Africa Fellow. Through her foundation, MedTrack, she's revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Ghana, facilitating seamless clinician collaboration and ensuring comprehensive patient data is always within reach.
Atomi pel bafo. Dani haji anyejimi ni yo for yo hunjimi. Dani ngoho no miena problems pi ye hospital ya mi. Ke doctor na mi. Ke explaining noni fio mi kenchon doctor. Wo fe wale ake ho mi ye how mo pi. Kefe kote hospital dano bana doctor ewa me pi ejeme ni atola hu pi shikaponi sometimes so bana ke wo lo leke ya long standing ne kole no ni fi obo enya choni obaya hospital shi eto moye leke ni bi ne fen.
So the routine is a patient goes to see a doctor. A clinical evaluation is done, and usually laboratory investigations and imaging studies will be requested for. Sometimes these investigations are done in a facility outside the hospital. Patients therefore have to travel across town to have these investigations done. When the results are ready, they bring them back to see the doctor, and the doctor then makes a diagnosis and prescriptions are issued. Unfortunately, sometimes whenever the patient goes to a different facility or sees a different doctor, this entire process is repeated all over again.
Well, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes about 8 years ago. Diabetes is a chronic condition, so I have to always have regular visits to my doctor. Now, with these visits, usually I go and see my doctor. Afterwards, he shows me the preferred lab to go to for the test. I go for the test. Afterwards, I have to leave because I can't stay. I have to come back for the collection of the test, go back to my doctor so that we can do a comprehensive review. And this gets very stressful, all the up and down. And it's very frustrating knowing that you have to go up and down when hopefully you are working for something very easy. It was extremely difficult, managing my condition, the numerous lab tests and the medication and the dosages I have to take. I mean, Riley, I'll be literally pharmacist.
Ni ya fe haji anye, ehani he ya wahani. Ke mokofita ye wa. She with MedTrack yani maya hospital dani. Ke in phone ni Dr. Emmanuel Ape. E banye update it can be a fair folder, your phone. No fair no your phone no.
Using MedTrack, I'm able to keep track of all my patients, like Pearl and her children. When I'm not available, Other physicians can have access to their medical health records with their permission and provide continuous health care for them.
So now I can track all of these using MedTrack. Having access to all this information has made things very easy. My doctor can now have all this, and I can also share it with other doctors also.
MedTrack is digitizing this entire process and doing it to scale using the Ghana card. The system enables doctors to progressively capture comprehensive healthcare information and securely share it with other healthcare practitioners, irrespective of location. We are decentralizing and making digital healthcare information portable for the very first time. So basically, we are creating an interconnectivity between the physician, the diagnosis center, and the community pharmacies. Ghana has made significant strides in the deployment of the Ghana card, and we are leveraging on this to get MedTrack to everyone in the population. The objective is to take this technology and scale it up to every single Ghanaian. The Ghana ID card helps us achieve this. The technology can also be scaled up to other countries using their national ID cards. The system also helps provide valuable health data, not only for the healthcare providers, but also for policymakers at the national level.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to this exciting event. My name is Karim Yuba. I'm from Mauritania. I work in prison reform. I'm in charge of reintegrating incarcerated people in society. The first panel explores how innovation, community engagement, and technology are driving efforts to build healthier and more equitable communities. This session will be moderated by Fatou Wuri, a 2024 Impact West Africa mentor and CEO of Uterus Health. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? Give it up for Karim one more time. Impact West Africa Fellow. Thank you, Karim, for the generous introduction. I'm so excited to be here and to facilitate this conversation. Tech-driven transformation, innovative local solutions for lasting impact happening here on the continent. I'm going to welcome the fantastic speakers who will tell you a little bit more and really help us unpack what we mean by this. Please, hands up, get ready. Let us put the energy into the room and welcome them on stage for the first discussion. Help me in welcoming Uche Odike, please. Thank you. Mr. Isaac Newton Akwa. Ms. Amalate. And last but certainly not least, Victoria Saki. Welcome. Yes, which one is your place? I like it. Let us keep it gender balanced. Welcome, everyone. All right. So before we jump into this very exciting conversation, I would love to give each of you 30 seconds to introduce yourself in your own words. We'll start with you, Uche.
Hello, everyone. My name is Uche Kenneth Dekwe from Nigeria. I'm the CEO and founder of Natal Cares. And Natal Cares is a social enterprise that harnesses the power of mobile technology, machine learning, and low-cost innovations to combat maternal and infant mortality in Nigeria. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Uche.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amalate, and I lead Impact Investing Ghana. I'm also an Aliwa Fellow, the Aspen Leadership Initiative for West Africa. And Impact Investing Ghana works to increase the supply of money that we have for small and medium enterprises that can have impact, and also works on increasing the pipeline of businesses that can absorb that money.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Newton Akwa. I work with the International Trade Center. It's the UN and World Trade Organization birthchild, I like to call it. And our goal is to help have the SMEs have a seat at the trade table. In my capacity as national coordinator, we support tech startups and IT companies scale and internationalize. And that's what I do in my day job and my night job, helping companies move forward. So honored to be here.
Hello everyone, I'm Victoria Saki. Interestingly, that's the video that they played, so you know all about me already. But anyway, I'm the CEO of Metrac, where we are tackling the prevalent issue of fragmented health records in Ghana and Africa. And we are doing this through the creation of a universal health records database system where stakeholders of health, including patients, can have access to critical patient records as and when needed to ensure care continuity. Thank you.
Welcome. And I want to thank each of you and all of you for the warm welcome to all our speakers here. I think this conversation is really important because across the continent, we're being driven to think about tech-enabled solutions and how we innovate. And so I would love to go, maybe starting from Victoria all the way to Uche, who balance it around. We're here, we're among friends. We're going to have a conversation. I'm going to ask the same question for each of you, okay? So while digital solutions and grassroots initiatives hold great promise, we often hear that there's great disconnect between technology, innovation, and the actual needs of people, local needs. Can you please briefly share specific examples of how your work has navigated this gap, and perhaps what the most critical barrier can be?
Right, thank you for the question. So you're right about the disconnect when it comes to technology versus what is actually on the ground, especially in local context. So specifically for Metrac, when we envisioned this structure, we decided to go starting from the ground up with the primary healthcare level. Now, when I say primary healthcare level, I mean the people that your community centers, your community facilities, your CHIPS compound, which is the first point of call more often than not for rural folk to go and get health care. And we realized that they are normally left out of health digitization efforts because of a lot of constraints, resource constraints. So we entered into a partnership with the Gomoa East District Health Directorate to have access to about 31 public health facilities. That is serving a population of about 322,000 people. And when we went in, what we did was to co-create and co-design our system with the nurses and the physician assistants within the facilities, building into their workflow and making sure that the technology or the innovation that we are bringing, the electronic health records, is not something that would, it's something that would fit into their workflow, what they are used to already. So we say that innovation must start with the people that it is being built for. We must build with them rather than for them. And so co-creation, co-design is one way that we are bridging this disconnect. And in terms of barrier, there are a lot of barriers, one being digital literacy, and we designed the system right from scratch with this in mind, such that, just briefly example, whenever we demo to private facilities that already have knowledge of some of these electronic health care record system, they feel that our system does not do all that we say it does simply because it looks so easy. It has a very short learning curve, and that is what we are doing. Yes.
Thank you, Victoria, for that very clear centering co-creation. And what does that look like, that bridging for you, Isaac?
So for us, it's slightly different. We don't get directly to the healthcare level, but we have healthcare companies in our cohort. What we've been able to do for them is give them knowledge on how to actually sell their services, how to package it and understand how to sell it to the healthcare facilities or the people who need it, and also help with sales training. It's one thing to be able to create a product, but how to actually go through the sales cycle and know how to present your value that you're giving out to the health clinics for them to want to buy a product is what we've been able to teach our cohort across many different sectors, but including the healthcare space. So by giving them knowledge, that they can then go on and then implement the change that we and they hope to be able to do.
Wonderful. So if you have a healthcare company, I hope you're looking at Isaac. He's here to help you think through it. And what does that look like for you, Amma?
For us at Impact Investing Ghana, we've been looking at how to use technology to better connect investors and businesses. And what our data showed us and our engagement with funders was that investors were saying we don't have pipeline, we don't have enough businesses that fit our criteria. And then we had businesses saying we can't find investors. And so we created a platform called Deal Source Africa. that connects businesses with investors. And similar to MedTrack, it was co-created with investors and businesses. Technology is an enabler. So for money to flow, you usually need meetings, people, and so it is a technology platform that enables us to do things faster. But behind it are people who will speak to businesses and help them create a very simple pitch deck or one-pager that can be shared with an investor, who will help them prep for a meeting with an investor. And so it's important in this interface of digital and the real world to look at the places where we put a human interface that actually results in what we want to see, which is money actually moving. And we've had this platform for 2 years. It's enabled over 1.9 million of deals. These are smaller missing middle deals. And that's because it mixes technology that allows you to source investors from across Africa and businesses from across Africa with that human interface that allows someone to have a good prep and actually have a good meeting.
Wonderful. And for Uche, in the work that you're doing, what lens is taken to be able to move your work in terms of bridging?
Well, for me, it was always a bit personal because I have guys, my friends, who tell me, this guy, you're a man, what are you doing in this maternal and child healthcare space? You're a man, these are women. But then it was more personal to me. I lost my sister-in-law at childbirth due to complications of pregnancy and delivery. It took me a while to get her from the shock, but when I eventually did, I told myself something had to be done. And it's actually a very serious problem in Nigeria. According to UNICEF, every single day, Nigeria will lose around 2,300 children between the ages of 0 and 5, and about 145 women. As I speak with you, Nigeria is among the top 3 largest contributors to maternal and infant mortality in the whole world. So these are very scary statistics. According to the World Health Organization, 20% of all the maternal death on this planet occurs in Nigeria. So just see how massive it is. Yeah, it's actually a very major problem. I didn't know all of this, but you see, that passion was there. I just wanted to do something. And then I felt, what was reigning at the time was just develop an app, put a couple of features there. It was so cool, and then people start using it. And then when we did all that, then we now meet reality. And they start discovering that these women, first of all, from the research, only about 17% of them have access to smartphone because we specifically deal with women in unserved rural communities. So you see, you've limited the people you want to reach. And then more than that, even these 17 that have access to the smartphone, just around 12% of them can use the smartphone. So you see, it narrows the whole users down. So, and then more than that, many of these women prefer to share their solutions, their problem, with human beings rather than with just app. So these are realities that you don't get to know unless you go to this community and see how things really work. And so this was what we eventually did. We went to this community and started co-creating with these people, which is very, very important. And then we were able to develop solutions that solve realistic problems that most of these women face.
Thank you, Uche. As you were saying that, yes, please, give it up for the heart of what each of you have said, and you've actually reinforced the messaging. Amma said technology is an enabler, but sometimes we think we must have the solution, slap in AI, make an app, and that is how we're going to advance forward. But each of you made it clear, technology is an enabler, and therefore people are the heart of how we build. So thank you for reinforcing that. We have people doing it in real time, and we'll deep dive into what you're doing in MedTrack, Victoria, shortly. And we have people like Amma and Isaac who are building enabling environments so that we're able to scale up, support solutions that are really driven and centered up by people in the community. Victoria, we saw the video of MedTrack. That's incredible work happening here in Ghana. I'm all for learning from what's happening with the Ghanaian innovation space. So maybe you can help us better understand a little bit. We know that integrating health records is not an easy thing, even if the technology looks easy. So especially in regions with limited infrastructure, maybe you can tell us a bit about what the biggest hurdles are or that you faced in implementing MedTrack's solution. a bit of what some of those lessons are to ensure that digital health records are both accessible and actionable for the communities they're developed for.
Right. So I believe that health deals are something that everybody faces in every industry. And for us at MedTrack in trying to build this universal health records database, I'd like to touch on two main hurdles, one being the digital health infrastructure and two being the digital literacy level. So digital health infrastructure in terms of internet connectivity, computer devices, your tablets, your mobile phones, your desktop computers that you can easily find in the urban centers but not in the rural areas. So that has been one of the biggest hurdles that we are still working on overcoming. In terms of internet connectivity, what we've done is to partner with internet service providers here in Ghana, mainly MTN, which is the largest service provider. And what we've done is to put our patient app on the Ayoba platform, which doesn't require a patient to necessarily have internet access to data to get their records. And then secondly, the second stage of this partnership is to zero-rate the platform, that is to zero-rate the MedTrack system such that you do not necessarily require data to use and to access. The third thing that we are not so big on with MedTrack, I'll explain, that is the offline access. It is necessary now, but what we believe is that every single person must eventually be connected. So in as much as we do have that backup, our push is for every single individual to be connected no matter where they are. So that's how we are dealing with it. In terms of devices, crowdsourcing mainly from companies, from friends and family, to be able to equip these facilities to use the system. And then on digital literacy, as I mentioned before, we built up the system right from the scratch with this in mind so that you don't need too much hands-on practice to be able to actually get around it. And then also built into the workflow. So using Nyanyano Health Center, which is like our model facility for scaling across because they present the several of the rural health facilities that we have in Ghana. So we co-created with them, co-designed with them, ensuring that they are able to use the system in their workflow. So you move from nurse to doctor to maybe pharmacy or lab. It's just designed in that way so that they are not now going to have a different workflow because a system has come. So number one lesson is that technology must adapt to the people, not the people to the technology. And then we also add on to training for the onboarding onto the platform, digital literacy skills, just basic computer learning and all that, yes.
Now, for those at the back, you wanted to clap. Technology must adapt to the needs of the people. Say it, Victoria, that is wonderful. And so I really liked that overview and the intentionality that MedTrack takes into consideration when working with communities. And you're sitting right next to Isaac. So this is for you. When we zoom out a bit more, from your experience at the Ghana International Trade Center, so a bit more big picture, what are the key challenges and opportunities that we have to leverage technology and to drive economic transformation? My questions are a bit loaded, but the reason I want you to really help us think about the opportunities and the link between technology and economic advancement in Ghana, on the continent. And in addition to that, how can we really leverage and maximize both public and private sectors?
Okay. No, thank you for that. Loaded questions. So maybe I'll take a look in a larger view. So at the ITC, we get to work with the startups, but we get to work across the ecosystem, also with Amma and with the other Ammas in the room. And thank you, 2 weeks' time. And then also all the way up to government level. So one policy that the government, the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technologies and Innovation just launched is the 1 million coders. The concept behind that is we need to have more digital literacy and more digital skills. They would love to see more things being digitalized, health records, driver records, education records, but do we have the capacity of tech knowledge to manage it, both from a cybersecurity point of view, data managers, warehouse, and so on and so forth. So we have gotten involved in some of the policy work that's happening in the ministry level to see what voices we can add to that. So that's on a very high level. But let's say from what we see, yes, it's the access to internet and devices in the rural areas. But we see the parallel also in the agri-tech space. And one thing that's possible is rather than having a device for everybody, is you have an elder in the village that has the device, or a key person that can then use the device to help support a lot of people. So you don't have to have one device per person like we do in the capitals, but one single device, whether it's a smartphone or tablet that has connectivity, can really impact a lot of people. So that's one thing we're seeing, that how our startups are moving, and also working within the limitations. In the rural areas, not everyone is as literate as they are in the cities. How do you still get your message across? So a lot of people are not using smartphones, but rather using IVR, so voice messaging. So you can just say dial 2 for this, and then you get the message sent to them, but also in local language. So not now forcing people to learn English or learn tech, but just press here and you get the information you need about this in the local language you need. So this is how we're seeing different tech solutions find solutions within the problems that exist, and try to, as you said, like go according to the flow. If you can't, if you're not literate, let's talk to you, so you don't have to learn how to type and read to understand the messaging. But there are a lot of opportunities, and I think, just very quickly, I think the opportunities are also not just looking public-private within the country, but also between countries.
Right.
We have these great startups who are solving problems in Nigeria, but the same problem here in Ghana. So how do we get them to be here? Because we have the same issues.
That's wonderful, Isaac. It's so important that the enabling environment is there for these solutions that are rooted in community to thrive. And I really like that we're focused on voice messages, because even my auntie in Sub village knows how to use WhatsApp, or can at least hear it. But you know, once again, I think reinforcing Victoria's point that we build for our communities. So I appreciate what we're doing with MedTrack, the policy enablers that you're thinking about. And then going to Amma, you know, this cannot happen without funding models. We need money. So, based on your experience at Impact Invest in Ghana and even beyond, how have you seen innovative funding models help African tech startups not only attract capital, but also scale sustainably?
It's a really important question. When I think about innovative finance, it's important to remember that the first thing is that the money is not enough. We have an SME financing gap that in older estimates is about 5 billion in Ghana, and more recent estimates say 15 billion. So that's money that just isn't there. So many times when we look at innovative finance, it's kind of like a game of musical chairs. The volume of money available for the real economy isn't enough. So the first question to answer is, how do we increase the amount of money available to startups? And where's all the money? And a lot of it sits in pension funds. We have about $331 billion of pension assets under management across Africa. Ghana, it used to be 5 billion. With currency depreciation, it's down to 3. And almost 100% of it is invested in government bonds. That's people's long-term savings. So the question is, how do we innovate to unlock some of that money profitably, because it is someone's pension, someone's retirement, into SMEs that can deliver both impact, like quality healthcare, as well as a financial return, so that the pension client has a good return, but also retires into a country where they have access to healthcare and the roads work and all the other things that matter when you're old work well for them. So some of the things that we're doing is working with pension funds, managers, pension trustees, to look at how we can innovate around that. And one of the things has been a fund of funds, and because pensions are institutional investors, they need products to invest in. So a fund of funds that is properly de-risked to safeguard the pension client, to unlock some of this funding and invest into venture funds, for example, to provide local currency funding to startups that can deliver both. So that's one of the things that we're seeing. And then the second one is more, I will put it out as a challenge. It's expensive to do deals. The startups we have many times are looking for amounts of money below $2 million. And the funders we have, it's just expensive to do due diligence, to structure a deal. And so the money available, for the most part, is in tranches that is larger than that. So we need innovative ways of being able to do due diligence, to do deals, and so it's a challenge to the room. We are using the venture capital kind of model where it works well for high growth potential businesses. But not all the businesses we have are that high growth potential. Some of them are just regular growth businesses. And we need to begin to innovate models that can deploy money at a cost that makes sense. And we don't have them now. It's an innovation challenge. What we have are smaller funds that do smaller deals, but then they raise larger funds and then they start doing larger deals. So it's not a permanent solution to that problem. It's a temporary one. And we are seeing crowdfunding and other platforms come up. They struggle with sustainability to get to a scale where they are really working. And there may be a need for consolidation and joint ventures across countries. And that's one reason why we did Deal Source Africa and not Deal Source Ghana. It wasn't viable. And so we partnered with colleagues in Nigeria, Kenya, Zambia to bring this to life so that there could be some financial sustainability behind it.
I really love that. I think that, in a world wherein I'm sure people have lots of questions. I love money talk because we're also trying to raise money, but I really appreciate this idea around innovative financing. So as founders, as ventures, how do we work with people who are thinking about blended financing, innovative models, things we can't even begin to think about. And then also how you encourage us to think about collaboration a lot more, structurally, a lot more intentionally. Which brings me to the side of Nigeria, right beside the Ghanaian experts here. Uche. Maternal health, and you beautifully told us, you told us this urgency and the state of maternal health in Nigeria, but I think across the continent. And it remains a critical issue globally, with technology offering promising solutions. So can you please share with all of us specific examples of how natal care, what you work on, has used technology to improve maternal health outcomes? And also, how do you deal with a lot of the things we're talking about? Accessibility, adaptability, and bridging between rural and urban and the various needs of the women and communities you serve?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll start with this first. One thing about innovators is that innovators, we have this mentality that we have solution to everybody's problem. So once we just, okay, this one doesn't have food, I just go to my room, press some code on the computer, bring out something immediately to solve that problem. So many other times it doesn't work that way. So for natal case, we have to sit down to now discover what is even the problem here. So there's so much of this death here and there. What is the root cause? Because when we understand the root cause, then we can now understand what we're even trying to solve. So after carrying out the research, we discovered that there were 3 major root causes for this high maternal and infant mortality in Nigeria. The first was because of the healthcare information gap. That's a very huge one. Many of the women in rural communities have this superstitious belief about healthcare. It's a major problem. And if I share some with you, you'll just be laughing. See, some women believe that when they are pregnant, they must not eat snail. If they eat snail, their children will be coughing out spit and they'll be shaking like this. So when they drink Bonvita or Milo, any of those things, their stomach will be so big, they will not be able to give birth easily. These are a lot of superstition here and there. We don't want to bore you with that. And then second is because of the unhealthy child delivery practices. And then the third, the lack of vaccinations. These were the three striking reasons that we discovered were the reason, and these are the problems that we're trying to solve at Natal Care. So what we did was we harnessed mobile technology, machine learning, and low-cost innovations to solve this theory. And then so to bridge healthcare information gap, by harnessing the power of mobile technology, we deliver medically certified healthcare information to these pregnant women and nursing mothers on their mobile phones. And like I said, many of them don't have access to mobile phone. So to ensure the inclusivity that you talked about, we ensure that our solution is accessible on any kind of mobile phones, with a smartphone, feature phone. And we also understood that many of these women, not all of them are educated. It takes some level of formal education to be able to read and write, but you don't sort of need formal education to be able to understand your language. So for those who cannot read, we give it to them in voice note, in their local languages. And we really hope to scale this across not just Nigeria, Africa. We just get the major languages in major countries. So for example, in East African countries, we include French. Probably in North Africa, we include Arabic or any of those major languages there, just to, bridge that healthcare information gap. And then we've developed a comprehensive delivery kit. We call it the Natal Cares Delivery Kit. It contains 16 WHO recommended supplies that every pregnant woman requires childbirth to ensure safe and hygienic delivery. And then through our platform, we train birth attendants on latest delivery practices. So it helps build their capacity and ensure that they can deliver safe child delivery. And I'm telling you, this has been a lifesaver for especially women in unserved communities who don't really know what to do when they get pregnant and time for delivery.
Thank you, Uche. You're quiet. Are you really thinking about these? Right? We have some time. You guys have done so well in succinctly, really, I think, speaking to the incredible work that you're doing. At the heart of this conversation, it is really about bridging that healthcare gap and moving and advancing health equity. This is the heart of our conversation. So, Victoria, please, how do you think about health equity in the work that you do?
Right.
How do you describe it?
Yeah, so I would describe health equity as meaning that every single individual, regardless of your geography, your socio-economic status, your digital literacy, is able to have consistent oversight over their health situation with your health records securely and readily available across all points of care in the healthcare delivery chain. When you go to the hospital, the lab, the pharmacy, to be able to receive that continuous care that you need. So whether you are in the rural area, whether you're in the urban center, whether you went to school, you didn't go to school, whatever the case, everybody should have a level playing ground where they receive the healthcare that they need without their records being missing.
Thank you, Victoria. I really wanted you to share that. And I know they're flashing and telling me, but I want us to go down this panel, and then we're going to open the floor for your incredible questions. So please start thinking about them. But I really want to hear from each of you, just in 20 to 30 seconds. How can we better understand health equity from a policy lens, from a financing lens, and what you do in maternal health? So Isaac, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think just standard protocols observed, right? Yeah. Like, everywhere, your healthcare shouldn't be determined of where you are in the country. You shouldn't be in Accra and say, I have good quality healthcare, but I'm in a village, I don't have healthcare. That's really the goal of the Ministry of Health and even the Ministry of Communication, that you should have access, right? We have a lot of startups also working on support. I used to live in Austria, and over there you have, I think, something like 30 times the number of doctors to patients that we have in Ghana. So it's not just the number of doctors that are missing here, so also for the innovators is how do we innovate out of that situation? We can't produce all the doctors and nurses overnight, but how do we find solutions that can mitigate the gap? And we have some great AI solutions coming out to help solve the gap and fill that. So I think it's about leapfrogging our current situation and using tech and people to make sure everybody has access to healthcare.
That's wonderful. So really quickly, I want to make sure everyone equitably gets to put in their perspective. Amma.
So, two ideas. Healthcare financing always raises ethical issues, and because everyone needs access, there are some parts of healthcare that should be covered by the state or by philanthropy. And it's that philanthropy piece that I think there's a lot of room for innovation with technology to enable Ghanaians, both and Africans on the continent and in the diaspora, to be able to contribute to health equity by subsidizing costs for people that are not able to afford. On the financing side, as a person that works with fund managers and others, we talk about, creating value and then things trickling down to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. It doesn't happen a lot. Things don't quite trickle down until we're very intentional. So with the Fund of Funds, we're being very intentional in impact measurement and management, because what gets measured is what gets done. And if we're honest about what is our actual impact, both positive and negative, and we're committed to measure that, and we look at it as a place for operational efficiency, because those are potential customers. That is data that could help you develop new products, not just as a sort of CSR community, something you're doing because it feels good. And so we're hoping to gather data that helps us show that doing business well is good for business and good for our communities.
I love that. Thank you. Uche, you got like 15 seconds.
Wow. I work with pregnant women, nursing mothers. Anytime I think of health equity, for me, it's really about ensuring that these women, irrespective of their social status, their community, wherever they live, their language, they have equal access to quality healthcare. For this to happen, we just need to bring technology closer to them. They need access to not just mobile phones, internet, even electricity, and then they also need the know-how too, and then design solutions that are solve realistic problem that is people face. Solve it not just for them, but solve it with them.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. We're going to open the floor to you. Every single piece of information here has been extremely valuable in how we think about data as an equalizer, co-creation, enabling environments. Thank you so much. All right, so everybody here, if you have a question, please do take a mic and ask your question to the entire panel or a specific panelist. One question per person.
Thank you so much. Great job, panelists. So this is for both Victoria and Uche, but I'm going to start with Victoria. So Victoria, when you started MedTrack, I'm sure there was a current state of affairs, right? You must have done a diagnostic, and you've done this work so far. You have numbers. I want to know what you envision for the future and what we would need to realize that vision for MedTrack.
Right. So when we started out, based on research that we did, we realized that 70% of even private healthcare facilities were still not digitized, and 90% of public health facilities, speak of your CHIPS compound, your community clinics, still use paper records. And aside that, out of facility healthcare, that is, you go to a hospital and then they direct you to a lab or a pharmacy, was about 40%. And so building MedTrack with this in mind, starting from the primary level and using Nyanyano as our model, Nyanyano Health Center as a model, just to briefly speak on some of the successes that we've had there. So when we deployed, post-deployment of the system, they've had a 50% reduction in patient wait times. So if a patient initially went and spent 1 hour, now that's 30 minutes. That's ample time saved both for the hospital and for the patient to go about their other duties. The second one has to do with insurance claims. They had over 50% of their insurance claims rejected because of disparities in their reporting and health, in their reporting, etc. But we've been able to reduce that to less than 10% post-deployment of the solution, and that is good cost savings for the facility. And in terms of what we need going forward, what we envision, the crux of METRAC, the long-term vision, is that we will be the health operating system for health information, not only in Ghana, but in the continent, such that we have an infrastructure that interconnects public-private health systems, labs, pharmacies, insurers, to ensure that the continuity is there. We have a base of a place that we can go to have what we need to get the care that we need for the people. And so not just digitizing health records, but ensuring that we have a foundation for all health innovators to build on, for everybody to benefit. Thank you.
Yeah, so at Natal Cares, we have this very short vision like that, which is what we want to achieve. And it's very simple. Crush maternal and infant mortality in Nigeria. It's as simple as that. That's the longest term vision, for lack of a better word. And then it looks like a very ambitious vision, but then we feel that it's very, very achievable. I mean, we have continents in this world who maternal and infant mortality is not that serious like that, meaning that we can also do that here too. So for the work that we're doing, some of what we need to achieve all that is we have a solution that works. We know that we've seen results of our work. The goal really is to scale up that. Nigeria is a very massive country, 36 states, and we're just in 2 states. So you see, there's a lot of work to do. Our delivery kit has been a lifesaver, especially for more than 25,000 women that we've reached so far. And then we want to scale up that delivery process. And a lot of you are here, you want to be a part of a cause that saves lives, because it's really not much more rewarding than saving the life of somebody. Delivery kit just cost around $15. And a lot of you want to put your money in something you see result. We're imploring you to be a part of that cause. If you contribute $15, I'm telling you, are saving the life of one person in a rural community who don't have hope. So that's really a lot. And then more than that, we also have a messaging service that's helped to, bridge information gap in rural communities. I keep saying Nigeria because I can tell you there are communities in Nigeria where a street has one language, another street has another language, and they don't understand themselves. Just so you imagine the kind of languages that we have. I'm talking of more than 350, if not even more than that. So we want to include as many languages in this voice system, because then we can drive more adoptions. In Nigeria, and I think Africa as well, people are more connected to languages. So the more of this that we can incorporate into our system, the more we can scale up. And the more than that, we're also looking for partnership to help to help make all of this easy for us. We're also looking for exposure too. And big thanks to Aspen, they've been really doing that for us. For as many of you who have this kind of exposure, please, we're here. Let us meet.
Thank you for that, Uche. Make sure you meet Uche. All right. This will probably be our last question. Over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. This is wonderful, fascinating, empowering, uplifting, all the things. So this is a question about impact for Amma. And I wanted to invite these brilliant young minds here just to think about framing. As I listen to you all talk about the idea of venture capital and growth, just to reframe this, and I'm thinking about the currency of connection, that there's manufactured connection, but there's existing connection. And in Africa, we have ancestral traditions, that the root of those things are connection. Here in Ghana, we have the idea of currency as citizenry rather than philanthropy. What do I mean by that? The 2 most successful fundraising models in Ghana are death and Jesus. Funerals and church. Funerals and church are the 2 most successful fundraising models in Ghana. And so really, death and Jesus. So what does it mean to look at places where there is existing connection? Every weekend in Ghana, there's a funeral. And funerals raise incredible amounts of money. What does it mean to connect where we already go to raising money for the things that we say we're trying to build, as opposed to trying to manufacture connections in rooms of people coming together and imploring them to give? I'm not negating the importance of philanthropy. I'm saying that the power of those existing connections, if thousands of people are giving 10 cities, 20 cities, 30 cities at every funeral. That's $1 million currency to help build SMEs. That's the first part. The second part was national service. The national service, all young people have to do it. The data that was given earlier about how extraordinary the increase of young people. Here in Ghana, they all have to do national service. What does it mean to connect national service to rural communities and have them have digital literacy by young people within those villages? Because they're natural connections. I ask all of that just to invite you to, can we reframe impact so it's more embedded in the connections and the communities that exist?
Thank you.
Long-winded question.
No, they're lovely questions and also insights. And Amma, it's a loaded question. And so you have very little time, but please.
I think it was more of a comment than a question. And I think those ideas are really brilliant. And innovation really begins with what you actually have, and then building on that to create something new. And so some of the solutions that we need to be able to push innovations like the two on the stage to scale have got to do with tapping into the connections that actually exist. In addition to funerals and churches, you know, put any 3 Ghanaians together and they will form an association. One will be the president, there'll be a secretary and a treasurer. We have so many associations almost everywhere in the world. We love to connect. And so I couldn't agree more that we need to begin to look at how we use that to fuel funding to things that we want to do because they are part of us, not just because we need to make money. And then the other things we need to make money, and those have a whole different sort of value proposition.
Thank you, Amma, for being such a brilliant person, resource. I know that the networking moment during this event is going to be rich. Thank you, Isaac, for all the work that you do and the enabling environment, and also being a resource here. Victoria, a West Africa Impact Fellow, we are proud of you and the work that you do. Uche has brilliantly asked all of us, what are you doing with your $15? Make sure you reach out to him. It has been an honor to kickstart this wonderful event with this conversation to be continued. Please, warmly give everyone a round of applause. I think we can do better, a little louder. All right. Thank you. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you. What a great panel. Thank you so much. You really went deep into the conversation. Fatu, beautiful, beautiful job leading us. I'm so happy to be back. How's everyone doing in the back? Can you hear? Are you connected? Beautiful. Okay. Pretty soon we're going to have a little bit of music, but it's my great honor to introduce a really lovely friend, Dr. Sengu Dele. Dr. Sengu Dele was in way north of the country just about half an hour ago, and he flew in. I understand he's managed to get hazard lights to zoom in from the airport. So I said, you know, we need to give him a cape so he can fly in like Superman. Dr. Sengu Dele is a great voice. He's had a number of beautiful TED Talks that have really brought the power and vision of young leaders in Africa to millions of viewers across the world. Sengu is an entrepreneur, he's an author, he's a philanthropist, he's an investor. He's CEO of CarePoint, which is a tech-driven health company. He's founder and chair of Golden Palm Investments. He's the author of Making Futures, Young Entrepreneurs in a Dynamic Africa. I do need to say, Sengu and I share a wonderful partnership supporting Ashesi University. And the first time I met Sengu was at his book talk. And I just flew into Ghana, and it was a book talk, and it was in this very hip co-working space, and everybody was like looking so amazing, and Sengu was talking about entrepreneurship, and I thought, where have I landed? I've landed into the future of this most beautiful place in the world, and it was Sengu's energy and belief in the possible that made that happen. Sengu is the chair of Ashesha University board. I sit as the chair of Ashesha University Foundation. Many of you know it, but I'm really looking forward to Sengu's powerful energy in his remarks today, and also to our friendship for a long time working together to support all of you. Thank you, Sangu. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Peggy. But with that introduction, you put me in trouble. How's everyone doing today? I'm usually very worried of the after lunch crowd. So we're going to do a quick 1 minute something. So first, imagine that I am Aliko Dangote, from my mouth to God's ears. So I'm out here looking to see who I should give some money to. So, then Mimi, raise your hand, stretch it. Stretch it like you want to get my attention. Stretch it, both hands now, because other people are competing. Feel the stretch. Hold it. Hold that stretch. And let it go. Now fast forward. I gave you the money, it was successful. We're now about to do the IPO and ring the bell. Get up and show me the victory dance. Hey. And the final, we're going to do a deep breathing exercise. We're going to breathe in possibility, and we're going to breathe out doubt. Let's breathe in possibility, breathe out doubt. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Sangu, and I'm excited to be here. This year is a special year. I hear it's the 75th anniversary of Aspen. Can we give a round of applause? That's 75 years of shaping global conversations, 75 years of nurturing leaders, and 75 years of inspiring change. That's an extraordinary legacy. And I look forward to what the next 75 will look like. Next Generation Africa. Today I want to talk to you about the innovation leader. And I want to share 3 reflections. The first, the sort of grit that innovation requires. The second, you know, it reminds me of, this is a real story. You know the Amazon devices, Alexa. You know there was a story of someone was in their room, they made a joke to their partner and Alexa laughed. No, it's a real story, I'm not making it up. So I wasn't sure if we had Alexa in the corner. So I told you 3 reflections. The grit that innovation requires. The second is an overlooked opportunity. And the third is the kind of leadership that makes innovation matter. Now let's start with grit. And now, unfortunately, I'm going to sound like the older people who used to annoy me when I was young, when they'll talk about you young people, and I'll roll my eyes, and then you grow up, and you do the same thing to the younger generation. But there's something to be said about grit and the importance of grit in innovation that I worry is missing in this day and age. Grit and resilience has always been the birthplace of innovation. The great achievements, the great discoveries never happened overnight. It took 200 years to build the Notre Dame Cathedral. 200 years. 200 years. Started in the 12th century, ended in the 14th century. The person who started building it, his son came to continue, his grandson came to continue. Just think about that. You start a project knowing you are never going to see the end, but you keep going. Lafson Moses. And even more stark is anyone who's been to China and been to the Great Wall of China. It took 2,000 years. 2,000 years to build the Great Wall of China. 2,000 years. Yet a lot of times we expect that 6 months, 1 month, 1 year, a quarter, we should see results. Today is easy when most people see me and say, oh, you invested in Flutterwave, you know, it's now 3 billion, hey, Andela, all this stuff. Next year, I'm celebrating 20 years of doing this. 20 years. And it's only in the last 5 that you've been hearing all the great stories and saying, wow, it's exciting. The 15 years before, when there was no excitement, no one remembers that. Too often in this social media world that we are in, all you see is the varnished version of the world. And so you see the glory, you don't see the guts. You don't see the real price, the cost, the struggle. But that's what's required to bring enduring change. Look at protest movements globally. That's what's required. It's not enough for us to have had one of the most extraordinary, incredible movements last year that we saw among young people. It's not enough to stop there. We have to continue to have grit and resilience where we're knocked down, we get up, and we understand that this project is bigger than us. And we may not live to see it. But that doesn't mean we should stop working as hard as we would if we were to see it. Grit and resilience is the birthplace of innovation. Now, the second reflection I want to share is an opportunity in the innovation space that I think is often overlooked. I mean, we talk about it. But when we talk about innovation, we're often looking at fancy algorithms and new vaccines and some sort of technological revolution. But innovation can also be found in fashion. Yes, thank you, I look fabulous. It can be found in poetry, in film, in music. In fact, I want to argue today that I believe one of the greatest assets we have on the continent is not the several trillions of dollars of mineral resources we have underneath our soil, which God has blessed us abundantly with. It's our culture. Culture as an asset. And I know that sounds very soft and kumbaya. Now let's not forget, I'm an investor. I don't invest for kumbaya returns. So it's not just kumbaya, it's a $2.4 trillion global economy that employs 30 million people and that has $620+ billion in trade. Culture is a huge opportunity to transform the future of our continent. Because culture travels faster across borders than capital. The New York Stock Exchange closes. Culture doesn't. And that's why you can go to Seoul and you can see a young Korean trying to do Azonto because he saw it on TikTok. Or you go to, as I was in Iceland, and you will be in a random, I was in Iceland where I literally was the only non-Icelander person I saw. It wasn't just that I was the only, there was, until the last day, I ran into a Nigerian. I said, why? You can't let me have this one. I said, why? And then we laughed about it. But even there, before I met the Nigerian, they were playing Nigerian music in the hotel. And I said, this is like incredible. I met a Jamaican who told me at the time that the number one music in Jamaican radio at that time was, and I mean, this is the home of reggae, Burna Boy. Can you imagine? In Jamaica, culture travels across borders faster than capital. But for too long, we've treated culture like it's a dessert. Like, yes, we recognize it, but, you know, we've treated culture like Nigerian jollof, like it's part of the buffet, but it's not like the main attraction, you know? And to those who think I'm mean for that jab, I should have you know that in one of my TED Talks, which has been viewed over 3 million times, I open it throwing a jab at Nigerian jollof. So this is on brand. And my Nigerians know I love them to death. It's sibling love in which we joke, and no one else is allowed in. In business school, I was in a WhatsApp group, and every so often, Nigeria and Ghana were having our little jabs. And one time we were having jollof war, and very sadly, one of my dear friends from Senegal decided to comment and wrote this essay about, you know, it was originally Wolof rice, it comes from Senegal. And my friend Uche said, hey, will you shut up? When the lion and the tiger are fighting, the antelope should not speak. So we're only allowed to fight among ourselves. But culture, this culture that we have, I believe, is going to be one of our greatest assets and exports. But all this innovation without values, my friends, is disruption. It's just disruption. What leadership do we need to make innovation matter? Purpose-driven leadership. And my inspiration from that comes from Ashesi. Because when Ashesi first started, when Patrick had this dream, this crazy dream at that time, that we could make an institution to create and nurture the next generation of ethical, entrepreneurial leaders in Africa, it didn't seem possible. In fact, if you told me that you were going to have a school in Ghana with students taking an exam, and after you tell them exam starts, you wave and you leave the exam room, and you come back after the exam is done to collect the exam papers, I'll ask you, how much did you ingest of the thing you took? And I'll rush you to the hospital. Because I'll think you've lost your marbles. But at Ashesi, we have an honor code in which there are no invigilators in the exam room. And the students hold themselves accountable. Because they have decided to create a different culture. A culture that rejects the normalization of mediocrity. A culture that refuses to say, because we've done things the same way for so long with no results, we should keep going. A culture that calls for courage in the face of despair.
a culture that invites our students, our alumni, and our community to ask, what can I do to serve? A service-first culture. And anyone who has met a Shesi students or alumni can testify to the transformation of this culture. Now I want to end with a call to action. An urgency. We're at 1.3 billion today. We're going to be 2.5 billion in 2.5 decades. We don't have time and we don't have the luxury to wait. The future will not forgive us. The planet will not forgive us. We cannot have our kids and our grandchildren still asking the question why things don't work. Enough with the discussions, enough with the questions, enough with the complaints. Let's build, let's fix, and let's do so knowing that, like the Notre Dame and the Great Wall of China, our efforts may not be rewarded in our own lifetimes, but with purpose, with conviction, with courage, and with our values, let's march ahead and let's build a future that our children and our grandchildren will grow up one day and they will not be able to believe that we used to say that Africa was underdeveloped. God bless you all. God bless Aspen. Thank you. Thank you. I have to run. I have to hop on. Yes. I have to run. I have a visitation committee thing that. Good to see you too. Okay. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? You don't just follow your daughter. Yeah, you didn't. Are you serious? Take a second to refuel. Because when we stop worrying about other people.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, I promised you. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Babangida together again. Good afternoon, Africa. If you would drop your phone, so we live in this moment, share it together. It will be beautiful. I have a little gift for you. You've been seated for so long. Would it hurt to rise up just briefly? Just a little bit? Yeah, can we shake it off just a little bit? Just a little bit. Okay. It's all right to sit. Can we sit? And then we have our hands ready. That's good. I'm going to teach you a very simple song. We'll do it together. Ready? It says, let us treat her right. 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 Mother Earth is calling. Let us treat her right. She is all we've got, so let us treat her right. Is it difficult enough? Let us treat her right. Can we go together? Let us treat her right. Let us treat her right. Let us treat her right. Mother Earth is calling. Let us treat her right. For she is all we've got, so let us treat her right. Ajabrel. Ago. 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 I send my voice to knock on your conscience just so we can have a simple conversation, Africa. Sometimes I feel like a stranded bullet in this race for the kill. This race against time. Really, time is not on our side. Time is neither kin nor foe. Time has no emotion, no gender. Time is simply a mirror. And change is the only dynamic constant, and so even the climate decides to change. Change is simply a response to something else. So the climate changes because all of us have changed our beautiful ways. Mirror. I choose to call it mirror, mirror on the floor. Can you show me all the intent in my face when I look at you, beautiful rivers of Africa? Welcome to this crossroads of dreams, this market of 9 moons where it all began. Welcome to this place where earth cooks her food and sends to the rest of the world. Welcome to the center. It is meet that we come from the various tributaries and see where we have really made a delicious drink of all our waters, but we cannot dare to drink. Ago. 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 So I was there when the Creator made everything, and I wish I could stand in the heart of Africa and say, may all our forests be reserved, may all our forests be restored. Unfortunately, what do we have? We have enough clay to finance arts and crafts projects for generations yet to enter the thoughts of time, more than 3 lifetimes, my people. Hello. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the bread basket where we do not have enough flour, just because there is not enough water to grow enough maize, to make enough whatever things we would choose to make us food, and so we are tempted to eat from tin cans. Africa, wake up. Wake up, but people, I simply came to say good night because it is only from our sleep that we have dreams and we wake up to live this eternity into reality. For this life is simply that dream we woke up from nothingness in eternity to sleep into reality before we realize it. We would have burnt home and engraved our names in the ash and forgetting that this is the place where earth and sea and sky meet to share gossip. When a woman is in labor, she does not rejoice. Africa is in labor, she cannot rejoice. Africa says, please, when you shake a hand, shake it to the shoulder. Let it feel the impact. Africa feels all our irresponsibility. Then the world feels our irresponsibility. For indeed, Earth is like this atom's nucleus, and all the energy levels are us over time dealing with Africa. For time is standing witness, the beings above us standing witness, and seeing how we starve ourselves and wonder how we got hurt. Ago. 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 Just so you do not forget, I chose to play it into you with guitar, play it to you with the xylophone, and play it into you with the drum. Coming to you 3 ways, just so you realize a matter is urgent when we talk about it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. My people, change. Change. Change calls for our commonwealth, and you see, our commonwealth is not stashed in votes in different corners of the world. Our commonwealth is stashed in amazing minds like yours and yours and yours and yours. Maybe add mine, or excuse me to be the storyteller, Africa. And so there is fire on the mountain. There is fire on the mountain. There is fire on the mountain. Really, run. Okay, that is what you were taught to do. Run. But I say, let fire call its boast. The sea is my tenant. Simply means, let all the troubles come. I take that personal responsibility of waking up in the morning, getting lost in the forest, going down on a knee, asking nature to give me herbs to boil, to heal myself and provide food. And when I am done, in gratitude, I simply choose to plant a tree in return. If each of us could decide to be kind to the hand that fed us and not bite the hand that feeds. Oh, Africa, is it not sad for a full-grown man with children who call him Papa to stagger home in tears? Is it not sad that the men who break their backs to carry the grain home be denied a mouthful? We are runners. Batons have been handed over to us. If we are not careful, we will hand empty things over to the future. And so when I shake your hands, my friend, I am simply pointing 5 fingers at you. Whether it's a greeting, whether it's an appellation or an insult, you determine. For what action required that I would meet you and randomly point my 5 fingers and expect yours to meet mine? Change is the only dynamic constant. The world cries out to us. The earth is simply responding to sky. You see, just like the tongue remains a messenger between thoughts and conversation. And so I remain a messenger between all the things that must get done and all the people who must do them. And so I choose to do what is mine to do, to search, to see, and then to tell. And so my people, let us choose to transform beautiful talk shops like this into amazing workshops where we get our hands dirty, just so that all of Africa would be green like the sandals I chose to wear today. And it's in the green that we have all of our wealth, and then we have the guts to tell the future that we presented to you something very beautiful. When a man beats his chest, they say it's because he has no drum. Once in a while I beat my chest. It's simply because I am proud to be African, and I believe that the skin is as good as a drum as any animal skin could ever be. My neighbor, if you beat your chest, you feel your heartbeat, you feel the reverb, and then you choose to celebrate humanness. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Uneasy lies the feet we sent to the market to buy the right herbs to heal our clan. My people, it took one man who met the elephant at the outskirts. He beat him with his head, dragged him to the center. When everyone had their fill to eat, they let the rest of it to rot. That story should remain in your nostrils. I send my voice to knock on your conscience. My words are heavy. Unfortunately, I have to leave this conversation here. Have I spoken well? Have I spoken well? Have I spoken well? So we close it. Let us treat her right. 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 Mother Earth is calling. Let us treat her right. She is all we've got, so let us treat her right. I'm the Writer King who sips communion wine from the calabash. I will be back. Thank you.
What a beautiful poem. Are you excited for the next session? The next session would highlight the power of community-led innovation in ensuring economic opportunity, food security, and environmental stewardship across the continent. Please join me to welcome Saran Kohli, a 2024 Impact West Africa mentor and the Chief Strategy and Communications Officer of Uterus Health, who would lead this session.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to lead this session. I hope that you're not too tired already, but these conversations are going to definitely revive you. It's about climate, but it's also about food security, and I think that it's very important for us to talk about these issues for the continent. So I would like to welcome my panelists. I will start with the incredible, beautiful Balkissa Daura, who is the founder of Kandili. She's from Niger. Elijah Addo, who is from Ghana, founder and executive director of Food for All Africa. Ruka Sanusi from the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. And Desmond Alugnoa, who is the co-founder of Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO. Thank you so much, Balkissa. I will start with you, actually. Could you introduce yourself and the work of Kandili?
Yes. Is that working? Hello, Senator Zwa, bienvenue à Kwaba. Thank you for having us. Nana, thank you for your words. It was really deep. Balkissa Daura, I'm from Niger. I'm working with an organization that focuses is reviving forgotten crops and doing land restoration. Thank you.
I'm still on you, Balkissa. I will start by asking you, actually, yes, because you talked to us about the work of Kandili, and I would like to understand how your work that blends cultural preservation with environmental sustainability, how do you see preservation of indigenous food systems playing a role in both in environmental justice? We'll start with this one.
I'm feeling like the poet said it all. Indigenous crops, ancestral knowledge, who we are, what we're eating. I think it's not even innovation. The nature is giving us the innovation. Nature is abundant. We have to be grateful and accept what she is offering to us, and then continue to preserve it. For our work for Niger, we have a lot of chemical inputs because of modern agriculture. So it's a poor country. So native seeds are very easy for low-income communities. And they are climate resilient, they are nutrient dense. There is the way for us. I don't want to panic whenever someone, because of the geopolitics, decide to send me a message, hey, the World Food Program is ending the food aid. Yes, so what? We shouldn't be waiting for the World Food Program to feed us. We shouldn't be working like marché, on the food, because we have herbs that are edible, literally, but they're called by some poor people food, and yet you find them in some vegan shops. So are the vegans also poor, or what is happening? So yeah, change of narrative and doing ancestry work, and yeah, and working with communities.
Thank you so much. Because we're talking about food, I would like you, Elijah, to let us know who you are and more about the work that you do with Food for All Africa.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm Elijah Addo. I always like to say that I'm a doctor in the kitchen because growing up, my childhood ambition when asked is always to become a medical doctor. I lost my parents early, so I ended up, but I fell in love with food. So I ended up in the kitchen. So anytime I'm in white, I'm a doctor in the kitchen. I am the founder of Food for All Africa. Food for All Africa operates West Africa's first and then largest food support center in Ghana. We work with stakeholders within the food system to create efficient, sustainable, and then accessible means of nutrition for both low-income and vulnerable communities. One of our biggest programs is called the Lunchbox School Feeding Program, which is currently the largest private sector-led school feeding program in Ghana, where we target different communities, especially communities without any government school feeding, because we realize there has to be an alternative to government school feeding. There has to be a model that actually works and works well. And so we, together with some private sector actors, work together to create school feeding in schools that don't have government school feeding. And currently, we're doing close to 12,000 school children across Ghana.
So, what role do you believe social enterprises like yours can play in driving systemic change in food distribution across the continent?
It's very important to, first and foremost, look at what the food systems across Africa is like. What has it been like in the past? And then what are the challenges that currently our food systems face? Growing up, we have certain African recipes, local recipes, which most of us as kids really enjoyed. I remember very well, those of you that are Ghanaians, you know potom poto. It's a cocoyam kind of porridge made with herrings and then some palm oil. It's an amazing, nutritionally balanced food that was sold in every corner in our cities, even in our rural areas as well. But today, you can't find such a food to buy anywhere. Why? What do you find on our streets? You find foods like made from flour. So when Russia-Ukraine has war, obviously the prices of all our food that is made with flour just becomes skyrocketing. You find recipes that depend on import from countries like China, Thailand. We're talking about the rice. Meanwhile, we have our local ingredients that most often are even climate resilient, now dying off, just like the work my sister does. Today, we have fonio dying off. Even in Accra, out of 10 people, it's only just 2 or 3 that will know about fonio. Meanwhile, in the face of we having the price of flour going up, what are we doing? Because for recently, for instance, students in KNUST are using fonio to produce flour that, when used in baking bread, it becomes perfectly well. So it is about time that we go back to most of our forgotten ingredients that are very climate resilient, and then make sure that we inculcate it in our recipes so that the children and then the future can, beyond just the nutritional values of this food, at the end of the day, it will also save us a lot of cost. And we wouldn't have to depend on other countries, given what the global world is facing today in trade wars and all, tariffs and all that. at least it will also help us. Thank you.
Thank you. It is about time that we go back to our forgotten ingredients, and I really feel it strongly, and I think that both of you are really, you have the same vision. I would like to hear from you, Desmond. Who are you? What do you do? And Gaio focuses on youth-driven climate action, and what role do you see young people playing in transforming Africa's agricultural sector in response to climate change?
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I'm Desmond Alugno. My work now, I am the Africa Program Manager for the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternative, where I work mainly with different cities across Africa supporting climate policies and what have you. But I'm definitely here wearing the hat of my own organization, my own initiative called GAIO, Green Africa Youth Organization. So Green Africa Youth Organization, we are in our 11th year, mainly focused on energy and just transition, adaptation and resilience, circularity, and zero waste, and mainly also supporting young people and developing youth leadership across Africa. So coming from such a background, and I started GAIO together with colleagues while I was in university about 10, 11 years ago. I would say that knowledge brokering is really something that young people can leverage on and push to promote agriculture and agricultural practices, because through advocacy, through research, and through community sensitization, we've been able to develop models both in water for adaptation and period poverty. I remember one of the colleagues who was here was talking about something similar that is being replicated and self-run in different communities, in IRID communities. And we've also been able to use the same approach to develop our zero waste work, the one that a lot of people know us about because we won the Earthshot Prize for it. And it's mainly because young people took the forefront stage and decided to show and demonstrate leadership to governments and also to municipalities. I think the other thing that I will talk about in this regard is, of course, policy engagement and enhancement. We initiated the Youth Climate Council about 5 years ago, which is now in 7 countries. 5 countries out of these are in Africa. And this is an institutional mechanism for youth to support policy decisions. And as you know, not only are we having the problem of not having yield and the cascading impact of climate change on agriculture, but it's also because policy mainstreaming is not really figuring out how to promote this, right? And it's also because young people are not so enthusiastic, maybe for lack of a better word, to do agricultural work because of the way the returns are. So the Youth Climate Council, since we started, have been supporting groups like the Africa Group of Negotiators, both for the Climate Corp, the INC processes, and also in different platforms on NAPS, National Adaptation Planning, NDCs, and what have you. And I think policy is really an avenue where young people can push for agriculture.
Thank you, Desmond. Ruka, pleased to have you here. Could you please let us know who you are, the work of GCIC, and also from your experience, what are the key challenges preventing climate-focused entrepreneurs from scaling their innovation and how they can overcome them?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just say good afternoon to everybody. The few familiar faces here, Yawa, my board chair, Kaimi, it's good to see all of you. I think Kosi's over there, Peggy. Yeah, it's great to be here. So I run an organization called the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, which is a national business incubation accelerator that supports climate entrepreneurs. GCIC is actually an institute of Ashesi University, so it is owned by Ashesi University. That doesn't mean that our work is with students. It is not. Our work is with entrepreneurs from all over Ghana, climate entrepreneurs in particular, who are looking for business incubation and acceleration support, whether that's technical assistance, whether that is financial support, a whole range of interventions around scaling their climate innovation, right? Now, your question was, what are the key challenges that climate entrepreneurs are facing when it comes to scaling their business? And, to be fair, I feel that there are, exogenous factors and there are endogenous factors. There are factors that have to do with the entrepreneur themselves and also external issues, whether that is policy, whether that is inflation, whether that is, exchange rate depreciation, and all of those things. And at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, we actually focus our support on those factors as well. So in the internal things, I see one of our alumni organizations here smiling at me. Thank you. we actually focus on supporting entrepreneurs to deal with some of the, for lack of a better word, deficiencies in knowledge that they may have. We make no assumption that every entrepreneur, actually every founder, knows what it takes to run successfully an organization. It's not every founder that has gone to business school. They just have an idea, and then they want to play with it, right? And many entrepreneurs actually lack commercial acumen. So a lot of the, one of the constraints that we're finding is that whether it's taxation, whether it's insurance, whether it's even, the science of climate change and how perhaps the way that they are farming is actually contributing, right, to greenhouse gas emissions. So, the internal things that they need to sort of rectify in terms of their knowledge. But I also feel in terms of technical know-how, many entrepreneurs, you ask them, so what's the aspiration, what's the vision? Oh, I want to export. I'm a farmer. I want to export to Europe. Okay. To export to Europe, you have to have certain certification, which means that you have to produce in a particular way, right? And it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, right? But even understanding what the protocols that you need to deploy on your farm to actually get that certification, those are some of the things that I feel that sometimes can be constraining, but we can handhold entrepreneurs, right, to help them with all of those things, right? Because sometimes they just think that the system is stacked against them, but basically they're protocols, whether it's to do with food safety and etc. But also financing, But I always like to talk about financing last, because I feel that if you give an entrepreneur $1 million, $10 million, right? If they haven't thought about certain basic things around, how, business operations, business management, their strategy, their supply chain, policies, that money is going to go to waste. But yet everybody keeps thinking, all I need is money, right? Yes, there is a financing gap. Amma is here. We were together last week at Oxford. We spoke about some of these things. But at the same time, putting that money to good use, putting that money where it's most needed, and having the knowledge of that as you understand your business, your operations, as you devise strategies to meet the needs, even of your clients, and you understand the scale of your operations, right, and what the constraints are, right, and as you correct on your, all of those things, you make it more likely that you can successfully scale your business. But what I will just say is that there are endogenous factors and also exogenous factors. It's not only just to do with the external environment, policy, inflation, and all of those things. They're internal things that I feel that enterprises have to also deal with. Thank you.
You talked about the system and the way you explained that it's not just the system, that there are certifications that are needed. How do you communicate that to entrepreneurs, and how do you manage to let them really understand the reality of the system and the environment they're trying to evolve in?
That's an excellent question. And the interventions that we have for entrepreneurs at GCIC there are multiple, right? One of them, one of those interventions is we assign a portfolio manager to each entrepreneur, right? So what Kwesi will need is not what Kojo will need, right? In terms of the support that they need. And it's literally hand-holding them. If, as part of your incubation objectives, you have said that you want to export your products, Kaimi wants to export their products to the UK, you want to be certified as an organic farmer, right? And basically, it's really that iterative process of engaging with the entrepreneur and engaging with their team and letting them know and showing it to them. This is what the law says. If you want to export to the US, this is what you got to do. So let's start. Let's start that whole process. It may take 6 months, it may take 9 months, and then they realize actually that entrepreneurship, as much as we all perhaps may feel that it's sexy, it's actually, it's not for the faint-hearted, and it's a marathon. It's for the long haul, right? And that reality is not it's not something to make anybody, not be inspired. It's just a reality check that actually this is what it's going to take. But thank goodness we're part of a community, we're part of an incubator, we're part of an accelerator that can actually help us through that whole process. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ruka. Balkisa, I saw you nodding, taking your notebook, writing notes. What does this conversation I feel like it's inspired you in some ways. Can you let us know what is happening?
I'm taking entrepreneurship course while she was talking. But I was comparing because it's a matter also of level, not ambition, but where you found yourself. If I'm from Ghana, definitely I will be at the steps where I'm thinking of exporting. For me, from Niger, it's a matter of producing locally to feed local people before thinking even to the export part. Because also, so those protocols and certification, we do have problem with them in Niger. They will ask you a lot of money to certify just one product, and you're producing like 10 products. But
get an incubator that can pay for it. Go to an incubator that can pay for it.
Yeah, so we do not have a lot of them, and I'm talking of my cousin, my rural ladies that are having their plots and their fields before even me. I'm producing, but we did a research where because poverty can be a blessing for us in agriculture. Let me make it clear. So if you don't have access to chemical inputs, that is a good yes for us, because already, so you are not using the nasty chemicals that will stop you being having the certification or something like that. And also, it's a matter of thinking, if your food is your medicine is your food, then would you in this room prefer to pay for medicine because you have been eating mediocre food, or would you prefer to discover new tests and good food and give your money to Ushe because someone has to have a baby? So it's a matter of priority. Don't give all the money to Ushe though. I want to plant my trees. And yes. So for Chef Elijah, I was reading your work and I was thinking, whenever there is a seed, the seeds we are producing, we have the choice either to do seedlings and think of a forest that will grow and restore some lands, or even make some oil so that you can cook with that. And then they will discover another kind of oil, or they will put it on their skin or hair. And there are a lot of things we can do. I think sometimes even those certifications are blocking us for reaching this food sovereignty we want, at least for the rural communities where I'm from. My country is mostly 80% rural. So I'm thinking of them. Even if food is political, at the end of the day, you want to have food in your plates, on your plates, yeah? But you want to have healthy food, good food. And then this is the link we are doing with so healthy environment, healthy ecosystems, healthy communities. So yeah, I will have more questions after our panel.
So it's healthy Africa, healthy community, and I saw Elijah nodding when you talked about food sovereignty. So I would really like you, because I think that you both are on a dialogue here. What do you think about what Balkisa said about the seed? What can we do with these seeds, and how can we channel that into our bodies, but also our health? Please inspire
Thank you.
us.
Yeah. So not until I started the work I do away from being a chef and being in the hotel or the restaurant, where I'm sure any of you that has snack out there don't know the face behind who prepared that meal. Not until moving away from that experience, then I got to understand and appreciate that we have to, especially for businesses or stakeholders within our food system across Ghana, across the continent, we have to move away from the normal way of doing business, where we only get into the supermarket, and we have a lot of supermarket retail outlets coming up in our communities like it's done in Europe and the rest, and we don't even ask questions. Where is this vegetable that I'm buying coming from? Who is the face behind it? I work in communities across Ghana, and you meet farmers. You prepare food with things that they produce, and they tell you they've never tasted it before. And sometimes you feel sad about it. And so over time, I've got to appreciate and understand that as a chef who finds himself working in a social enterprise, I don't like being referred to as an NGO, because then you are made to see like whoever partner you are working with is helping you just to solve a problem, but don't see you as a partner where you're both benefiting. So we inculcate a lot of our local ingredients which are produced within the areas where we operate into the recipes that we serve our clients. I don't call them beneficiaries, our clients. And what we also do is that we realize that a lot of the children that we serve, for instance, through our school feeding program, they are more tuned towards meals that are made with ingredients that mostly are imported. And you can't blame them, because we take a lot of the rice, we take a lot of the noodles and spaghettis. And so when they on their TVs nowadays in the rural areas, the adverts of food they see is mostly those ones. And so what we have done is, aside, we actually build kitchens within the schools. We build kitchens within the schools. And so as we build the kitchens within the schools, we tried also to make sure that some of the caterers are actually parents who have their children in the school. So most often, we also have the kids coming to the kitchen to see what we are preparing, how we are preparing it, and then changing the mindset gradually from not just depending on recipes or meals that are made from ingredients that are not produced locally. And I believe with time, we are creating that needed impact.
Thank you. Yeah, it takes time. Desmond, you talked about policies, but you also talked about the fact that young people were not too interested in going to agriculture. I would like to hear what your call to action would be today.
Yeah, so before the call to action, I think I need a little build-up. So, and I'm going to talk about building collaborations to actually promote the entire agricultural value chain. So about 5 years ago, in the work we do along the zero waste management work, we decided that we were going to really bury back carbon, re-improve soil biodiversity, because a lot of the communities, one of the struggle after we started providing water was that the soil had left, like the value was no longer there. It's not able to respond properly to the chemical fertilizer. So we started producing compost. Now, currently we work with over 5,000 waste pickers because to get as much as possible food waste from the communities, from the homes, from different parts of, say, Accra. We work in Ghana, Uganda, Botswana. To get those kind of food waste to produce 50 tons of compost like we are doing in Accra on a monthly basis, you need to work with massive number of people. Now, building the trust to be able to work with informal sector, waste pickers, artisans, and community members who are not having the kind of, for example, white-collar jobs that some of us had, became a bedrock to actually building trust also for young people to believe that it is possible. Because what happened with the compost we started producing was that we decided to actually then demonstrate how good yielding it is. So we started an initiative called urban farming. And then urban farming started producing the lettuce, the vegetables that any of these hotels and restaurants you go to Accra, and then you will enjoy today. Most of it is coming from the result of our compost, and most of it is also produced by young people. This became a motivating factor because you've demonstrated to them how they can do it, but you've also given them the understanding of the reason why they can market around this as something more healthier, something more resilient because it supports your soil to be more stronger, and something climate friendly. And so because of this, young people who are at proximity to some of our trainings and some of our projects are coming back. And working with over 5,000 waste pickers means that you're working with over 5,000 different families of different dynamics and different kind of economic situations. And so some people get encouraged by virtue of this. My call to action is mainly, probably, is that you never really comprehend the power of your brain or your mind to take an initiative until you really take up that initiative. And as we keep talking about the fact that cascading impact of climate change, drought, floods, and what have you, the alternatives that we are looking for are the ones that we are already having. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Desmond. I don't want to cut you, but I want to give an opportunity for the audience to ask more questions. So over to you. If you have, I can see that there is a question over there. There are two questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Tom Chris Emewulu, not Tom Cruise. He's the one in the movie. And my company is called Stars from All Nations. Now, Elijah, you raised a very vital point. And to me, it mirrors the viral speech that the Vice President of the United States made recently on globalization. Now, the problem, I think, is on what you talked about with the need for us to produce what we eat. And of course, you talked about the food I really hate with a passion, which is noodles. And I suppose the need for us to re-engineer our food systems and make it more local, native, resilient, and sustainable has not been fully discussed. And I said this as somebody who is very passionate about policy, which is one of the reasons I've signed up to the World Bank Youth Voices community. I think that we need to dedicate, and I'm saying this as a plea to the organizers of this important program, the Aspen. I know it's a thought leadership-driven platform. So I suppose that the conversation that Elijah started should actually require a separate panel that should look into developing policies that help us to re-engineer this process of having ownership of what we eat, how we grow them, the platform that process these food systems, and of course, the thought leadership that go into securing those aggregation of inputs from farm to fork. Now, I want to ask a question to you, Elijah.
Thank you. Please ask the question because we only have now 6 minutes and we really want to have more than one question.
Absolutely, yeah. So my question will be brief. Elijah, when you discuss this information and need and topic with the policy leaders that you work with, what has been your experience? How responsive have they been in this topic? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I think. Hello? Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Yes, we've had conversations a lot of time with people in power, people within policy that influence policy direction. And most often, what comes across is, first and foremost, it's not that we just own what we eat or what we produce. What do we use to produce? What made us stop producing it? And then now we can go back to the practices or things that we used to do. And you realize that over time, it's always been business of making profit. So everybody wants to sell what everybody wants. We woke up one day, there's always a fried rice joint in one corner, and the next moment, everybody was selling fried rice. And so what most of this policy, people who influence policy come out with will tell you that there are already policies in place. But what is needed is how we work, different stakeholders come together to work in driving forward the policies that are in place. Then you can look at, okay, in implementing those policies, what are the challenges that come up and addressing it? And so for me, I've always been an advocate of making sure that we are all working together. The farmer knows I'm a chef, and so he can call on me. The farmer can reach out to me to tell me that in a week or in a month, I have produced this amount of product. Can you sell it or recommend people to buy it? These are some of the relationships and networks that we really need to build. I think by so doing, we've solved the first problem, and then now we can work with the other stakeholders to ensure that we drive home with what the policies that we currently have in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah. I know that there is a second question.
Yeah, hi. This is more directed at Ruka. So I'm GCIC alumni cohort 4. And so it was about trade. You mentioned, some of the cohorts wanting to export to sort of the Western world, and it got me thinking about the Africa Free Trade area. And in this sort of like current climate with tariffs and reduction of development finance, I mean, was it more like common? Like, what shifts have you seen with the current cohorts on wanting to boost intra-Africa trade or trade within Africa? And also, what sort of policies or interventions would you like to see to further boost of intra-Africa trade? Obviously, that will make us more resilient as a continent.
The policy interventions that I would like to see, I would just say let's implement AFTA. I mean, literally, because I was doing some research for somebody in government who's going to be at Harvard tomorrow around AFTA, and I'm like, these are amazing, amazing, policies, right? So why are we not implementing them? Why is it so, okay, Momo, MTN now have Momo, cross-border Momo, right? But even in terms of payment systems, if I want to send money to Botswana, maybe I have to change my CDs to dollars and then my dollars to Pula, and really, right? So really, let's just implement. Let's sign the laws. Let's implement the laws, that we've ratified at that AU level. In terms of current cohorts, whether they're doing intra-regional trade, a few, but not enough. Mostly, it really is, to the European Union and also to the United States. And it's not because people don't want to trade with Nigeria, trade with Kenya. It's because of all of these structural rigidities that exist. So it's time. It's time for us to really, the AU Agenda 2068, I think it's 2068, let's implement it. Let's prioritize it, because it doesn't look good the way things are right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. What I've heard today, that it's time to eat the forgotten ingredients that we have. It's time for us to implement the policies that are already in place. It is time. Thank you. It is time for us to also move to the next segment. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. And thank you for your bright minds.
Let's give them a round of applause again. How are we feeling? Are we feeling inspired? Is it good so far? Great. Now it's time for us to take a break. We're going to take a short 15-minute break for snacks, a time for you all to stretch. There's food outside, and a time for you all to connect with one another. We hope you're going to use this moment to meet someone new. It's a time for networking, and then we'll reconvene right here back in 15 minutes. Please come back in 15 minutes. Music, please.
Good afternoon. We kind of have a really hard work here, the afternoon session, because after break, it's hard to get people to pay attention, but please pay attention to us. Hi, everybody. My name is Katamina, and I am an African feminist activist. Even before I knew how to articulate my politics as feminist, words that I learned to embrace really quickly were troublemaker and stubborn. Because my elders, every time I asked them why, they're like, why do you keep asking why? But I wasn't surprised, because I was named after my grandmother. My grandmother was an urban, rural woman who lived in the village, who defied her husband, my grandfather, took my mother out of the village to ensure that she got an education. My grandmother herself was not an educated woman, but she believed in education and said to her then husband, listen, I'm taking this girl out of this village to go and get an education. So where do I come from? I come from Sierra Leone. And right now, if you open Google and check, they will tell you we have the best beaches in the world. Yes, I said that. However, today I am bringing the real gem and treasures of Sierra Leone into this space. Who are the women and girls of Sierra Leone? Women and girls that have long been neglected by systems and structures that have put them behind, and systems and structures that continue to work against them in their failures. Yet, there are women and girls in rural communities in Sierra Leone who are saying, no, we are going to change this narrative. So come with me to Moyamba, where I'm going to introduce you to Harriet and Fatou. Harriet and Fatou are mentors in Moyamba. Harriet and Fatou heard about a grant-making process by a feminist organization and applied for a grant. But Harriet and Fatou are like every other girl. If they come into the space, they command the space, they have joy, they have sisterhood. But Harriet and Fatou also have ambitions, and their ambition was entrepreneurship. So they applied for this grant, used these grants to support other girls in their safe space to get educational items, used this grant to support other girls for medical emergencies, and got a land to build a shop that now they're provision sellers in Moyamba. However, Harriet and Fatou are a small number of girls who have access to resources to change their realities. I'm taking you now to the land of my grandmother, my ancestral land where my grandmother is from, known for strong-headed, defiant women like myself, calling ourselves Wanjama women. In this land, however, half of girls aged 15 to 19 are either pregnant or have been pregnant. Those are alarming numbers. That's a high number of girls that our systems and structures have failed. And so, as someone who, for over a decade, have worked in women's empowerment and girls' rights, I said to myself, what do we do? So we co-founded Elevate Sisters. What does Elevate Sisters do? Elevate Sister is a feminist movement co-founded with my sisters to ensure that we have more stories of Harriet and Fatu in Pujum, where I come from. Elevate Sisters it's an organization that works with young women who have endured teenage pregnancy and have beaten the system, but also need finance. So we got a piece of land. This land currently is green. It has grasses. It has palm trees. But the vision for this land is this. We will produce our own food. We will sell this food into markets. We will use this money to change girls' realities in Pujum, and then build spaces within that land where we can sit, talk, dance, cry, and be in sisterhood and solidarity with each other. That is our plan for this land. So I'm calling all of you here today to join us in elevating the lives of women and girls in my hometown of Pujum to ensure that Harriet and Fatu are not just small numbers of the statistics, but we have a larger number of women and girls getting themselves out of poverty and aspiring for a better life. Thank you.
Lorsque j'avais 9 ans, j'aimais beaucoup rendre visite à ma tante Mam, la petite sœur de mon père, une femme forte, bienveillante, pleine d'amour. Elle aimait nous faire vivre les subtilités de la vie, même quand les choses vont mal. Elle aimait aussi nous préparer des plats délicieux. Elle avait un jardin qu'elle entretenait où elle faisait pousser de la patate et des oignons. Cependant, nous avons appris qu'elle subissait des violences de la part de son mari. Derrière son visage se cachait une tristesse indéniable. Un jour, il vient nous annoncer cette nouvelle qui nous a dévastés, qui nous a émus, qui m'a personnellement touché, qui m'a anéanti. Malgré cette tristesse, les parents nous ont encouragés à vivre notre vie, à poursuivre nos études. Et j'ai poursuivi mes études, j'ai obtenu mon master. Après le master, j'ai décidé de travailler dans les ONG. En 2018, sur un programme de scolarisation non accéléré vers la frontière du Burkina, nous avions ouvert 10 centres. 10 centres, l'un des centres a particulièrement attiré mon attention. Parmi les 15 apprenantes, 11 étaient des filles. Et 2 d'entre elles étaient très brillantes, Timé et Annie. Curieuses, intelligentes, exceptionnelles. 6 mois après, nous les avons transférées dans une école formelle où je devais faire la ronde, les doter en kit, et chaque mois j'ai fait la ronde. Un jour, lors d'une ligne de mes rondes, je passe à l'école, je constate dans la classe que Timbé et Annie ne sont pas là. J'étais furieux. Je pose la question à l'enseignant. Où sont Timbé et Annie? Il me dit qu'elles ont été retirées de l'école pour être mariées à des hommes plus âgés. Énervé, je lui pose la question, mais comment est-ce que vous avez pu faire cela? Il dit qu'ils ont tout fait. Le directeur même est intervenu. Mais hélas, ils n'ont pu rien faire. Pendant 10 secondes, je n'entendais rien. J'ai commencé à transpirer. Je me suis retiré de la classe. Et dans la cour de l'école, je me suis assis pendant près d'1 heure. Cette situation m'a rappelé ma tante, ce qu'elle a enduré dans sa vie. Parce qu'elle aussi ne s'était mariée qu'à l'âge de 17 ans. Ces expériences m'ont beaucoup changé. Ces expériences font qu'aujourd'hui, j'essaie de créer une différence tangible dans mon travail. Essayer de développer des initiatives communautaires pour répondre aux besoins réels des communautés. Aujourd'hui, je lance un appel vital ici. toutes les personnes qui veulent contribuer à ce travail, quelle que soit la forme de l'aide ou du soutien, peuvent nous contacter. Quand je regarde à la famille, mes filles, je me dis, si elles avaient été confrontées à cette situation, elles auraient aussi été mariées à des hommes plus âgés. Parmi les familles de nos voisins, de nos amis, nous avons des filles et personne n'aimerait qu'elles subissent ce genre d'injustice. Aujourd'hui, en tant que travailleur social et chargé de la protection, mon rôle est de sensibiliser, de soutenir les organisations communautaires de base afin qu'ils soient autonomes, afin qu'ils répondent à leurs propres besoins. Je suis fier aujourd'hui d'honorer la mémoire de ma tante Mam. Honneur, tante Mam. Merci.
It's exactly what you both have said. I think invest in women and girls, but I do think somewhere we have to stop investing in them as beneficiaries and invest in them as agents of change, right? So let's stop figuring out solutions for them and let's invest in their solutions.
So this poem is for Aunt Mam, it's for Jackie from the morning, it's for Harriet, Fatou, it's for the aunts, it's for me, it's for my daughter, it's for African women. Mama yo, yeah. We don't cry, we don't wake, we don't laugh, we don't build, we don't wake, oh yeah. Mama yo, we there, yeah. We don't cry, we don't wake, we don't build, we don't cry, oh yeah. But this is love. From the love that you fed us, the kind passed from breast to breast, from mat to floor, from scream to silence, from silence to song. Mama, your back bent over basin. Mama, your hand red from scrubbing. Mama, our tomorrows clean. You held the world on your hip swing, rocked revolution into sleep while telling us to dream, not dream, we for dream, to dream big. Mama, and we lived in this love, the fire you kept lit with nothing but leftover tears and cassava. From charcoal kitchens to unfinished dreams, you carved futures from clay. And Mama, we drank that love. We drank that love, and still we don't cry, but our tears no longer shame us. They teach us, they baptize us, and then we don't wash blood from cloth, lies from our bodies, stories from our skin. And Mama, we have begun to dream, and we are dreaming very big of cities built by women, from our hands, of joy unshackled, of power unleashed, and yet still, Mama, they say we are too much, we're not enough, we are too much, but we must forgive, but we must forget that we are too much, that we're not enough. And Mama, our bodies have memory, that your love was the kind that does not allow us to forget, that does not allow us to bow, that feeds us wisdom to dance even with bruises, even when they whisper our name, and when we pray for our lost daughters, and when we pray for our lost daughters. And it is your love that we bail from when we bury pain beneath mango trees, only to find a sweetness they will never know. Mama, we wear gold in our laughter. We carry God in our wombs. We break cycles. We break cycles. We break cycles. We break cycles, not because we are unbroken, but because we are becoming. And this is the type of love that saved us. This is the type of love that lives in us and builds us and upholds us and builds us and upholds us. And Mama, we they breathe, we they build, we they rise, we they love, we they build, we they rise, we they breathe. And Mama, we they breathe, we they build, we they rise, we they love. Thank you.
Wow, what a beautiful poem. Are you all still awake? I didn't hear you all. Awesome. So the last session, but not least, emphasizes the importance of centering women's rights in building sustainable and resilient communities. This final session will be moderated by Stephanie Musho, a 2020 Aspen New Voices Fellow and 2015 My Lead Fellow, and is now a 2024 Impact West Africa mentor and a human rights lawyer. Please join me to welcome Stephanie Musho.
All right. Habari zenyu? Oh, thank you very much. Where I come from, which is Kenya in East Africa, we speak Swahili. And as a fun fact, the African Union in 2022 adopted Kiswahili as the first African language of the Union. This is in addition to English, Arabic, Portuguese, French, and Spanish. So let's try that again. When I say habari zenyu, you say mzuri sana. Habari zenyu Afrika. Habari zenyu Afrika. Thank you. I'm really excited to be moderating this session, but I recognize that it's a Friday afternoon. We're really tired from a long week, Zoom meetings that could have been emails, you know. But I also recognize that this is the last panel, and I'm standing between you and the cocktail reception out there. So I'm going to try and make this very sweet and short, and I think you can also have hope in that the bathroom breaks necessitated by pregnancy are very real. So we're going to keep it very brief. So I have an amazing panel lined up, and if you will help me welcome Boel Diop. Boel is a project director at Baobab Institute for Health Development, where they specialize in digital skills training for youth and communities. She additionally manages a fund on health financing that's targeted at French-speaking West Africa, and has a feminist platform called Yite that supports women entrepreneurs on financial management. And I asked my panelists to provide a fun fact. So Boel's fun fact is that she's very fond of animals, and she has a pet goat. And it's called Ami, and Ami recently gave birth to another goat called Lamine, who is now her grandchild. Give it up for Boel. All right, next up we have Kosi Yanke Aye, who is a global MSME expert and the immediate former CEO of the Ghana Enterprise Agency. Kosi's fun facts, which I think is pretty awesome, is that she was the only African on her rowing team in college. And we know the relationship that Africans have with water, so I think that's pretty awesome. Give it up for Kosi. Up next is Honorable Nana Oyebampo Addo, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff at the Office of the President in Ghana. Ms. Nana walked barefoot at a demonstration from the Supreme Court to the Black Star Square in 2010. And for those who are not familiar, that's about a 1 kilometer stretch. So power to activism, right? And finally, we have Mariama Jobate, who is the founder of Fantanka. Fantanka is a Gambian word for self-protection. And here they equip people with skills through trauma-informed and collaborative approaches to be self-reliant in addressing violence against women and girls and communities. Her fun fact is that she's a self-proclaimed workaholic, so much so that when I asked her for a fun fact, she couldn't come up with one. But she's on the path to redemption. So give it up again for my panelists. All right, so we're going to jump right into it. And this question, I'm going to pose it to everyone on the panel. Despite progress, we have made progress, right, around this area of women's rights and economic empowerment. But many women still face barriers to equal economic participation. How do this manifest in your context? And I know we have 2 Ghanaian women, we have Senegal and Gambia, and so maybe we can speak to that. And I'll start with you, Bawal.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying. Hey, technique. It's okay. It's okay now. So I'm from Senegal, and you know Senegal. I need to clarify it. We have the best jollof rice, and it needs to be clear. So after apologizing for my English, but because I'm a French speaker, and we need to speak French in Ghana also, to speak more French, because we are always traducing in English. That's not normal. So I will just take, I think, three examples on what are the barriers in Senegal, because I think in West Africa we are facing almost the same barriers, but I will just highlight 3 barriers. The first barrier I want to highlight is the fact that women don't be on the circles of decisions, don't take the decisions. For example, in Senegal, we had our last government last year, and we only have 12% of ministries that was led by women. That was less than the year before, that we were 35%. That show that we are just losing our presence in those circles of decisions. Losing those circles of decisions means that we are not represented, so what we want to do and how we want to do it, we don't have a voice to put on it. The second thing I want to highlight on other barriers is access to economic resources, financial resources. I want to give a percentage. 4% is the number of women entrepreneurs that have access to credit bank. That is very, very low, less than 10%. Other barrier I want to highlight, a sociologist talk about the yogurt pot, the theory of yogurt pot in Europe and America. That means that women tend to invest on things that not last. Men tend to build wealth on investing on land, buying properties, etc., etc. And we have the same here. I heard in the first panel someone talking about funerals, weddings, etc., etc. And in Senegal, we have the same thing. When you marry your daughter, you have to give gifts to the husband family. So women work for years and years to just prepare just one day to give gold and all the other stuff, money, to the family of the man to help them to say thank you to marry this girl. This example just shows we have another big barrier, and I think it's a big barrier in West Africa, is social and cultural barriers on economic participation, because that limited the dreams and the action on women in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bawal. Kosi, would you agree, and would you also identify any additional barriers that are, specific to Ghana?
I think if you look at Africa, we all have very similar barriers, especially when it comes to women's economic empowerment. It comes to, a lot of things surrounding women. And we've spoken about, one, the access to resources, the barriers to the access. And so you're talking about access to financial support, the access to markets, and even the access to regulatory support. There are major barriers for women, and we take it for granted, even in the design and implementation of our programs, that we don't factor these things in when we're looking at what really stops a woman from fulfilling her goals, her dreams, and everything else. So there are the social, there are the cultural barriers that we talk about, the lack of access to land. And if you look at Ghana, I mean, I always say it's divided into two. There's an invincible line. So you're talking about land access, especially when you're looking at northern part of Ghana or the northernmost part. And then on the southern part, in some areas it's a bit different. When you're looking at matrilineal or patrilineal inheritance, and all the challenges that come with it. So these are all barriers. When you're looking at the inheritance issues, you're looking at land rights, you're looking at even the barriers that women face when they have to access certain types of support. And one of the things that I always talk about, which we always discount, is women who have to deal with the barriers of having children, right? Because, or even elderly parents, because, you're faced with how do you grow? How do you really expand? Or how do you build your support when you have to deal with so many different factors? I feel like women have so many things they have to deal with at one point in time that indirectly becomes a barrier when we don't put in place the right resources and tools. So there are many of them, but these are some of them that I want to, and also support what my sister said about Senegal.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nana, you've been an activist in your days. What are some of the things that you have been agitating for, and what are some of these challenges that you see not just in Ghana, but in the region?
Thank you very much. In terms of what I have been advocating for, something as simple as reducing the numbers of women who die from pregnancy-related causes. So reducing maternal mortality, helping women realize their reproductive rights, so increasing access to termination of pregnancies, abortion. So I am pro-choice. Addressing gender-based violence, and that is one of the key challenges that women face. We're talking about socioeconomic or economic empowerment and access. Most women, at least in Ghana, work in the informal sector, 92%. And it comes with challenges, working in the informal sector. Access to credit, the issues of illiteracy, and so that becomes a major challenge. And poverty has the face of women in Ghana and Africa. When you look at the data on poverty, we have more poor women than men. Our 2020 Ghana population census will tell you that the thing is 54% as against 46%. And sometimes it doesn't seem like in coming up with laws and policies, we are that gender sensitive. Because when you look at creating jobs, when you look at the high levels of unemployment, it's 14.7% in Ghana, you think that in fashioning out a policy to create more jobs and to address unemployment, there'll be a special focus on the extent to which this adversely affects women and how we can target sectors where we can create jobs for women within their sociocultural context. Kosi has mentioned the issue of childbearing, and so we would need to be more deliberate, but sometimes that does not happen. So these are major challenges. We're looking at human capital when we're looking at access, economic empowerment, and we look at the issue of education. In Ghana, for instance, we're looking at distributing free sanitary pads for all girls, adolescent girls. So we need to be very deliberate, even in terms of our legal and policy framework. We have to ensure that the legal and policy framework is gender sensitive. And that's why your point about more women at the decision-making table is so critical. In Ghana, we have less than 5% at the local level, and with the recent elections, we've actually, we had 40 women in our recent, in our immediate past parliament. Now we have, I think, 32 or 30 less. It's reduced. So we need, though we have an Affirmative Action Act now, we need to really pump it up.
Right. Thank you so much. Mariama, over to you. What are some of these barriers in the Gambia?
Hi, thank you very much, Steph. So I argue that to address any barriers in promoting the rights of women, especially in economic spaces, is to address sexual and gender-based violence. So I agree with you. In the Gambia, in 2023, 575 cases of sexual and gender-based violence were recorded. Between 2014 and 2017, 41% of these cases were sexual violence. Now, one of the disheartening things is that an 18-month baby was part of the statistics. Did any of these people get justice? No. So if we are serious about economic empowerment, we must address the root causes of violence against women and girls. Otherwise, we're going nowhere.
Well, to address all these issues, and as you rightly pointed out, is that we need resources. Boel, you work around health and development. From your perspective, what role do you believe investing in women's leadership would play in tackling these challenges?
I think we don't have the choice to invest in women leadership. We have some results and some studies done around the world that prove that companies, for example, led by women, have more good ESG than company led by men. We know also, like said my sisters, that the informal sector is led by the more companies in informal sector are led by women. So what we have to do is giving them leadership to scale up, to formalize those companies so that they will tackle those obstacles. We are in this continent and we need to develop differently. I used to say that to people I'm talking, we need to have a sustainable development. And to have sustainable development, we need to invest more financially on women, and we need to help, not help them having leadership. I was listening to the audio and say, they are not beneficiaries. We need to give them we need to invest in their solution. And the fact is, when a woman is targeting a major barrier or targeting an issue, she does it in a way that is holistic. It's not just economic. It's social, it's health, it's cultural. When you invest in a leadership of a woman, you invest in a leadership of a family. So that is very important when we are looking at those barriers and trying to say ourselves why we need to invest in women leadership to tackle those global barriers, because we don't have the choice. Women in Africa especially, they are doing what we call tontine. I tried to find the word in English, and I think it's the same word. They are doing tontine to invest in their companies. Women in the informal sector, 1% of women of the informal sector have access to credit bank to launch to their companies. So if those women those women in Africa, we give them tools, we give them financial support, we give them technical support to tackle those barriers. It will not only be barrier in health, it will not only be barrier in reducing poverty, but it will be solutions, response that tackles globally barriers.
Thank you so much. Kosi, how do you think that governments and private sector stakeholders can better support women and women entrepreneurs, particularly in these sectors that have traditionally been overlooked or underfunded?
I think it's very important that government and private sector play an important role in supporting women entrepreneurs and really building them. And one of the main things is really providing targeted funding to them. If you take a case like Ghana, you'd realize that the private sector, which really leads in financial access, hasn't been able to do everything. Government hasn't also played its role to a large extent. And going forward, I think more has to be done, and more should be done in providing targeted funding. I think the current government talks about the Women's Bank, which is very important. And sometimes people make the argument that, no, it doesn't matter, let's just have one bank that caters to everybody. And I remember one of the interventions we did when I was the then CEO of Ghana Enterprises Agency was that we designed an intervention which was to support high-growth SMEs. And along the way, one thing I realized was that even though we're targeting SMEs and we're being intentional with women, the definition of what was small for male industries was totally different for women. And we're leaving them out of the engagement and support. And even though we were trying so hard, the criteria we had set was not impacting the women. So we need targeted funding from government, really either subsidizing or working along with private sector banks or through the Women's Fund Bank as well, to intentionally provide dedicated products to women businesses, to support them. I think there needs to be an intentional opportunity also in public procurement, because women don't go into certain sectors because they feel they will not have access. So at the end of the day, when men close from work and can hang out and have a beer, we might have to run home and take care of our elderly parents or our children, or we're not part of that conversation. So what do? How do we create the space? Intentionality is key, and government has to be intentional in providing that support and encouraging private sector, also creating room for private sector. The bottom line for private sector, there's, profitability and growth. And if you're going to be intentional, sometimes government would have to subsidize or create the space for the private sector to create these opportunities. I also believe that we need to improve access to different types of funding through the banks where they have the collateral registry to build on it, access to markets. One of the things I realized was that a lot of the women who were making things were doing things for survival. So a lot of the entrepreneurs, if you look at the data, yes, Ghana is one of the countries that have a lot of women who are entrepreneurs, but they are highly informal. 70% of those businesses are informal. And you realize that they also are surviving. They're trying to survive. So access to markets. Where are the markets? How do we intentionally create markets? How does government do that or enhance it? One of the things we've done in the past is set up what we call the Ghana Mall in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, where we were creating space for women entrepreneurs. How do we expand that so that these women entrepreneurs are also able to create space for other women entrepreneurs, being the smallholder farmers within the communities? So how do we facilitate these markets and help them to really support them? And government's expertise support, right? So there are certain sectors that we talk about that women might not enter. But government, through some of its institutions, such as in Ghana, the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, go into research development and have all these ideas, great ideas, or great products. And how do these women access them? I know some men who've been able to access some of these research and innovation and build businesses out of them, I think Kama Industries is one, their toothpaste, which was developed through CSIR. But how does government intentionally resource these institutions and intentionally pull women entrepreneurs to play a major role? So government and private sector need to work hand in hand to actually ensure that women entrepreneurs are being targeted and supported and built to grow with intentionality at the back of our minds.
Thank you, Kosi. Honorable Nana, you talked about applying this gender lens or gender sensitivity in our policy and legal formulation. Now, we have a lot of laws and policies, right? Some might not have this gender lens to it, but those that do, we have a lot of political commitments, but what is lacking is implementation. How do we ensure implementation? How can civil society and how can advocacy groups better hold governments accountable for these commitments?
Yeah, thank you. You're speaking about political commitment. It must be high political commitment. That is a big issue at all levels, and it never ends. I mean, we who advocate for gender equality and equal opportunities for women, and everybody else who wants to see Africa in a much better place, has to sustain the heat and the advocacy and the effort to make sure women are at the decision-making table, women get adequate resources. It's very, very critical. And right from zero to the very end, we have to be deliberate about it. So in policy formulation, in the laws, in implementation, in monitoring and evaluation, we have to put in the triggers, the indicators, and what have you. And we have to build our capacity and ask the necessary questions. It's very important to ask the questions. So, for instance, we're asking that we have an affirmative action or gender equity act in Ghana, and we are tracking the appointments to make sure that in accordance with the schedule that says we need a 30% minimum quota, we actually get to that target of 30%. So civil society has to ask questions. In government, we have to ask questions. Parliament has to ask questions. The budget was read a few weeks ago. It's gone through a process, and I'm wondering how many civil society or how many stakeholders ask questions about what is allocated in what sector for women. We made sure that there was an allocation for the Women's Bank, there was an allocation for sanitary pads, but it would have been brilliant if there were many more stakeholders scrutinizing the budgets to make sure that we have allocation for gender-sensitive programs across board. We had a series of fires in Ghana, especially, I think the latest one was in the Ashanti region. And during the break, Margaret Jackson and Mrs. Jampo and a few of us were discussing how in the informal sector, our market women who hold our economy, like there's a fire like that and their capital is just whittled away. And then the question is, what happens to them? What sort of support and what sort of capacity building are we giving to our market women and our female crop farmers who hold up our economy so that they are resilient to such unanticipated shocks? So this is something that we really need to look at. And for me, I think it's never ending, and we just have to keep at it and create the mechanisms of support. And I'll also speak to the sociocultural, the gender norms and the stereotyping. Even at this, even in 2025, you still read stuff about women and all that, and it's not, it doesn't really help. So we just need to keep going at it. I mean, we just need to keep going at it to make sure whatever is rectified, and we strengthen the support, more resources, human capital. I just heard that we now have gender parity for senior high school. That is really great. But we just need to get at it. We just need to hit and hit and hit. Somebody said she's a feminist. Me, I'm a radical feminist. So I'm hoping more of you will join. But to get to where we want to get, like the gentleman who spoke 1 or 2 hours ago, it may be in 100 years, but we just need to keep at it so that we are able to realize our objectives even after our lifetime. Thanks.
Thank you. Mariama, looking at solutions and strategies, what are some that you would recommend for implementation to address these barriers and ensure that women's leadership is recognized and is supported?
To ensure that women's leadership is recognized, I think there is one barrier that if we address, we will have to address everything, which is believing in women. We need to believe. Trust that women can do it. We're talking about leadership positions. Representation is not enough. Do we question why? Even the women may not believe women. Even within the family, we may not believe our fellow women. So it's about time we say to ourselves that we can do it, we believe in ourselves. But most importantly, we need to understand, growing up, some of these stereotypes, the gender issues that we are made to believe ourselves, how these contribute to putting us back. These are real issues that a lot of people tend to forget. We would be shouting around improving women's rights, doing certain things. Even with the men, I am challenging every man here, when you go back here today, say to yourself that you believe that woman, whether it's your daughter, your wife, your cousin, your whatever, to be the next president of Ghana or wherever in the world. If we start believing, we start getting more women in positions of leadership. The Gambia's Truth Commission is an exemplary one in the world. Like many people would say lots of good things about Gambia's Truth Commission. Now, if you don't know the Truth Commission, it is a commission that came in to address some of the violations that occurred during the dictatorship. So what many did not know is the issue around overlooking women's participation in the transitional justice process. Most of the issues that were addressed were led by women. Documentation, which was very important to understand the violations that occurred in the Gambia. Women championed addressing sexual and gender-based violence. Women went into communities. They used these people to be able to support themselves and address some of the trauma they faced. Now, if we are really, really, really serious about women's participation, women's economic empowerment, we need to say that we believe these people. So at Fantanka, what we do is intentionally bringing young, dynamic women as leaders. We have 75% of our staff who are women and young people driving change. If they do not do something that they're supposed to do or we deem them as failures, no. We say that they have addressed certain things, they were unable to do it fully. It's an opportunity for growth. We need to understand these stereotypes and counter them, use them in a positive light instead of putting down our women. Then we can achieve change.
Thank you so much, Mariama. We need to believe in women. I think she deserves a better hand clap. A very strong call to action around believing in women, and maybe we can come back this way. Very quickly, in 30 seconds, what is your call to action, Honorable Nana, to this audience?
Keep at it, resilience, be tough, focused. Let's stay on our message of empowering women, notwithstanding the odds and the challenges is a steady progress, and we can make it if we keep at it. Each and every one, keep at it. Let's go on.
Thank you. Kosi.
I think the call to action is that we need to do it together. A lot of times we want to go alone. And a lot of times, as I watch a lot of women try to do different things, they're trying to be the first, the only. I was there before. And it's not about that. If we don't come together and push for a coordination of the systems, ensure that resources are being utilized in a coordinated way, we're not going to achieve anything. And so if I listen to all the conversations that happened before we got here, one of the things I realized was everybody had something to do that was kind of, there's an intersection somewhere. How do we bring the resources together in a pool? How do we coordinate? How do we work together so that we can achieve together? Because without coordination and going with a single mind, we're not going to achieve anything.
Thank you so much. Collaboration over competition. Finally, Boel, what is your call to action? Very quickly in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would say just give the chance. The next time you are learning something or you are doing something, just give the chance to a young woman to learn with you and give them space to grow, like Mariama said. And I think this is my call to action. Just give women chance to grow, to learn with you, take them in internship, take them in fellowship, just give them chance to grow.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is that we need to invest in women and girls. This is a best buy because the return on investment is very high. It cuts across all areas towards ending poverty. I'm hearing we need high political commitment. We need to implement that commitment, to turn it into action. We need to keep at it. We need to sustain the heat in demanding for our rights. We need to build our capacity, especially around financing. We need more women in political decision-making spaces, and we need to believe in women. Give it up for my panel, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 minutes, and so I'm going to open it up for, I think, 1 or 2 questions. See a gentleman here, and right there. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, all of you. I think this has been very eye-opening. My question goes to Nana and perhaps Kosi. I've been following this conversation around distribution of sanitary pads. And to be honest, I've been very much worried around whether this is a temporary measure. If so, what's the permanent solution that lies ahead? And I'm asking this because of the experiences we've gotten through school feeding programs and different things, passing through different hands and getting to the last person, what we've experienced through that. The statistics that Mariam is giving, we also have similar statistics in this country. And in extreme communities, the advocacy is still around how to empower women to be able to report. Because the reporting, some people don't report. They can't report because some basic needs are being weaponized against them. And so sometimes you know they are violating you, but you can't report. Now, how do we make sure that the distribution, I'm assuming maybe it's through schools or something, doesn't also become another stream of being weaponized and then, exploitation and all that? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the other question and then we can all respond.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Great. Mine is more of a call to action than a question. Being in these spaces, these elite spaces, where we are dealing with, for instance, Aspen fellows, these spaces can be some of the most strategic spaces for us, platforms for us to intensify or fast-track the fight for gender equality. Why do I say that? To be an Aspen Fellow, for instance, puts you maybe in the top 5% or top 10% in many socioeconomic demographics. And sometimes you go into these wonderful programs where presenters are talking about the amazing things they are doing, and you are so impressed, and then it comes to the issue of inclusion or empowering women, and you hear the most misogynistic comment, for instance. So we are empowering them maybe economically, both men and women, but sometimes we are just empowering them to perpetuate the same system. So maybe as curators, as people who belong to these networks, we have to be a bit more intentional in adding value. So we are not just training entrepreneurs, but also using that same space to change the mindset of this unique, exceptional class of people who are wielding tremendous economic power, political power, so that they can use their power to transform and not just producing, empowering people to perpetuate the same system that perpetuates the challenges that we are talking about when it comes to gender equality.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maoli. So it speaks to the being deliberate. It speaks to what Kosi talked about being deliberate about integrating and also being inclusive. I think was there another comment being made? I thought I heard, okay. So I thought I heard somebody.
Where is that? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much for allowing one more question. I just also wanted to ask, I really like the part about being inclusive and also working together, but how do we actually get more men also involved? Because sometimes there's a bit of backlash or, people think it's us against them. But I'm somebody I have 3 sisters, I was the only boy, so I've always believed in women. But sometimes it can be a bit of a war. And if we all work together, we can really make this work. So I just wondered your thoughts on how to include more men in the struggle as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Just at the next table, have a fine gentleman. He just made a call to action, and he has been one of the major planks of women's activism and gender equality in Ghana and Africa. He even founded the Moremi initiative, where he selects top grade young women across Africa and takes them through a leadership program. That's Mawole. So, and as early as 1998, we were in the trenches together fighting for under sisters keepers and also fighting for a domestic violence bill, and we were walking. It wasn't barefoot, but we were demonstrating at the Black Star Square together. So we do have men in the struggle also, and you're very welcome. Maybe you would have to encourage more men. So Maoli, you have a candidate. So make sure at the reception you take him through a process, and then he becomes a convert. So that's your task. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
In terms of the sanitary pad, yes, I do. It's very important that we get it right in terms of distribution. I remember in 2013 when I took over the gender ministry, there was an issue with distribution of the LEAP, the monies that we give to the vulnerable population. So we had to rethink the distribution to make sure that the monies that government was giving to poor vulnerable household actually went to poor vulnerable household. So yes, there will have to be a plan to ensure that the parts are distributed to the girls in a very dignified way, because one of the scenes I'll never forget is my mother driving me to Kaneshi Market to a pharmacy. I was in Form 2 or so, and then giving me money and asking me to walk into the pharmacy and go and buy my sanitary pads for school. it was the most embarrassing thing that had ever happened to me. Walking up to the counter and asking for two packs of sanitary pad. So it's we'd have to think through the way of distributing, how we package and everything, and we'll have to be sensitive. So yes, we'll make sure that the objective is achieved. And one of the objectives is to make sure we reduce the number, or even we eliminate the number of days that a girl is absent from school because she's going through her menses. Because, student absenteeism is also linked, especially for the girls, it's linked up with their inability to get sanitary pads, so they stay out of school, and that has an impact on their performance. So these were all factored in that decision. So thank you very much for the points you've raised.
Thank you so much. That's our time, but I think to also just reiterate what you're saying, my fun fact is that I'm also a Moremi Fellow, and so I echo what you said about doing it together with Maoli Dake and your candidate. Thank you so much. That's our time. Asanteni sana. And over to you, Sylvie. We'll do a picture. A picture, yeah.
I'm so glad that you gave that second round of applause, because if you didn't, I was going to ask you to do so. That was excellent. Thank you, Steph, and thank you to our panelists. So last but certainly not least, Steph has already said, I stand in the way between you and the cocktail. Got a few, just ask you to be patient for a few more moments, because this is a great moment. I have the honor of welcoming our closing keynote speaker, Carl Manlin. He is the Vice President of Social Impact and Sustainability at Visa. And I say that I have the honor because Carl, in the few months that I've known him since joining Aspen, he is a man that has walked the walk. So not only did he fly from Dubai to meet us here, not only these fellows that you see here, they only started in September, and in the first few months when we needed someone to encourage them from our alumni network, we reached out to Carl. And when I read a little bit about his bio, you'll know that he's a very busy man, and he took time out of his very busy schedule to speak with the fellows about his experience and encourage them. Carl also, you know, we take a long time to RSVP to some of these events. I can tell you because I can see on the back, and Carl was the first 10 individuals to RSVP to show his commitment to support what we're doing here and support local solutions and support the community and support African leaders. So Carl's work sits at the intersection of finance, equity, and innovation, driving systems that uplift communities across Africa and beyond. He brings a wealth of experience in building inclusive economies and empowering local leadership. And we are happy because guess what? He's one of our senior fellows. He's an Aspen New Voices Fellow. And so he's a part of the family. Please join me in welcoming Carl Manlin to the stage.
Good evening. It feels good to be home because Accra was home for 2 years, between 2016 and 2018. It was also the time when I started the fellowship at Aspen and also the time when I started my role at EcoBank. So these two moments intertwined. But what I learned from my time at Aspen as a fellow was that to criticize, you need to have an alternative. And often, we go ahead to say that the government is weak, the private sector is not working, civil society. but we don't know how these institutions work. And as a fellow, I had the opportunity to write a number of articles. And often, I stopped shy on criticizing the government, not because I didn't believe that I could, but I didn't have an alternative. So in your advocacy, you have to focus on what you can contribute, what you can bring forward, and seek alliances to make it work. The second thing was, I heard a lot about maternal health in this room this afternoon. I was born premature from a C-section. But when I turned 1, I don't think my mother celebrated the C-section. What she celebrated is a life that I have and what she believed that I could become. After 2 years of living in Ghana, I moved to Lomé. And where I lived, there was a woman that was selling porridge every morning at the same time. And every morning she would come with a boy. That boy certainly understands what entrepreneurship is about and what it means to him, because that's how his school fees are being paid. So we often dismiss the way young boys learn from their mothers. And when I look at my son today who's 10, he loves baking. But his grandmother used to teach me how to bake because she felt that as a nurse, she had to supplement her income. So when we think about the divide, it's often because we misunderstand how young boys learn from their mothers. Not all of us maybe turn in a way that we expect them to turn, but we have it in us. And it's how do we ensure that it is elevated in a way that we can be in those rooms and celebrate the women that have made us who we are today. My final point is that you have been given the opportunity that many outside of this room do not have. And that is what is most important. When you are given that opportunity, make sure that 1,000 more can walk through that door because you kept it open, but also because you delivered on what you promised. When I joined the fellowship, I was in a very interesting position because I was leaving the public sector to the private sector. And I think Peggy and the team made a bet on me. And at the end of the process, I think I had written the most number of articles, not because I was trying to beat anyone, but I certainly realized that I had a voice. And I was being taught how to communicate these ideas in a way that resonates with different audiences. Fast forward to 9 years later, from the time I started in 2016 to where I am today. In my interview process for the role that I hold, people understood what my ideas were and what I stood for because of what I've written. And that's because of the Aspen New Voices Fellowship. So thank you very much. And I encourage you to be those voices for those that are not in the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a ride it has been today. Let's put our hands together for everyone who's come up on this stage to render a poem, to share their experiences, to teach us what they've been doing, to put things in perspective for us, to show the power of the Aspen community, to tell us that this is where the magic happens. On behalf of myself as a co-host of this program, and by the way, my name is Ayo Maji, and I'm the Executive Director for the Africa Leadership Initiative, West Africa. We're also the affiliate for the Aspen Global Leadership Network in West Africa. Like I said, a co-host for this event. It's been my pleasure being a part of the proceedings of this afternoon. And I keep talking about the Aspen magic. Aspen thinks solely about building the good society and ensuring inclusivity, equality, and ensuring that no one is left behind. From the voices of the fellows who've spoken today, we can see that power and what's been passed on. And I often ask myself, how did I find myself, in this role where, my hands and my heart happen to be doing what I really, really love? I happen to be working with a group of people. We call them fellows of the Africa Leadership Initiative, West Africa. They're resourceful, they're competent, they have platforms, they're building a network, and we're at an intersection where what we do is catalyze societal change for good. We know that having the kind of society we want would not happen overnight. We can hear that from all the conversations that have transpired today. But at the Aspen Global Leadership Network and the Africa Leadership Initiative, West Africa, we continue to be guided by our values. We're fueled by an unwavering desire to build something better, to build a society better than we found it. We know that it's a journey we cannot walk alone. It's one we share with many, and we've heard that this afternoon. And we have a couple of fellows who have become signposts in the community. Who knows of Ashesi University? Let's put it together for Patrick Ewua. Patrick happens to be one of our fellows who went through the program. And of course, from that came a desire to set up an institution like Ghana or West Africa, or indeed Africa has never seen before. Just coming off the stage is Honorable Nana Oye Bampo. Let's put our hands together for her. Honorable Nana is a fellow of the third class of the Africa Leadership Initiative, West Africa. So out there we have powerhouses, people who are seeking to push the boundaries, push the envelope, and do better than themselves. I'm supposed to be giving a vote of thanks, so I'm going to cut off here and remind us again that this journey is not going to be easy, but we keep at it like we heard. It's not one we can afford to postpone, building the good society where we take out the inequalities and the inequities and injustices, be it in health, in gender, in education, in finance, in access of any kind. But the moment is now, and it requires all of us not just to hope, not just to imagine, but to act. So I say together, let's move with purpose, let's meet this moment, and let's build the future. And once again, as a co-host of the event, I say thank you very much, and Godspeed.
Louder. I've been totally inspired by today. What an incredible, incredible experience from the fellows, the West Africa Impact Fellows. The stories you shared were incredible. And I had the privilege of being here to witness this amazing inaugural event. I thank Aspen for trusting us to come to Ghana and host this event. And I want to highlight, the highlights have been many, but the ones that resonate with me more, collaboration, not competition. That's the thing that resonated with me the most today, and Mama. This amazing, thank you. It was, again, mothers, mothers, mothers. I can't say enough about them. Thank you to you all for bringing us all into this room and to celebrate the achievements of my colleagues. I do have a little bit of a speech, so I better kind of go back to
to what I'm supposed to say in terms of, because I know people that know me, I start going off and then 3 hours later, you'll be thinking, where's my food? I need a drink, because I keep talking too much. So the formalities. So who I am, West Africa Regional Head for the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, one of the Aspen programs. I'm very proud here to be standing and say, I know I have many members in the room that are also Aliwa, so we share. So on behalf of Andy West Africa, it was a true privilege to be part of this event, and a heartfelt thanks to the Aspen Global Innovators Group. Sylvia. Luam, where are you? And of course, Peggy, thank you for trusting us to come to Ghana. Thank you. We also want to recognize the invaluable partnership of the Aspen Global Leadership Network and the Aspen African Leadership Initiative. I go, oh, God, it's a lot of acronyms. But we're all in the room driving for the same thing, this continent, these young leaders. For me, it's the dwindling times, twilight hours. It's your moment. It's your time. We want you to be our next leader. Someone mentioned who's going to be the next president. I'm looking amongst these wonderful faces here for our next president of Ghana. At Andy, we believe in collective action. Without the networks that we have with our members, many are in the room, we will not be able to drive the entrepreneurial agenda, to drive change within entrepreneurial ecosystems across this continent. We have so many talents, we have so many opportunities to grow business in this part of the world, from young people to women across the board, from rural to urban. We need to collaborate together to make these real opportunities, to make these things real for those young people, those women out there, so that we can create the jobs and create the change that we want to see in our communities. That, for me, is the real thing. So as we close, as we get ready to rush out there and get our cocktails, just have a little cheers out there to us all in the room, and let's work together. Let's collaborate and not compete. Thank you.
Thank you, M and Ayo. I love that. Collaborate and not compete. That is exactly what we've been doing over the last 3 months. All of the departments together, coming together. Ayo and M have done a great job of vote of thanks. I just want to say thank you, a final thank you to our production team who have been so patient. BTL Marketing, thank you. And finally, a partner who has been in this space with us for, I think, over 13 years. I would like to thank the Gates Foundation. A lot of the successes that you're seeing is because they've invested so much in champions and leaders. And that's not just a plug because they fund us. It is a genuine appreciation. And then I would love to thank our fellows, our panelists, our moderators, and our trainers that support our work. So, I'm still standing in the way. I've been saying that for 30 minutes, but I have one more thing. I don't know if it's up. On your tables, you have a card. It says Next Generation Africa. It's got a QR code. And unfortunately, we probably should have brought it up because it also had the agenda throughout the program, but I think we did a great job of keeping you entertained. But there is a QR code on there, and we're just gonna take a little moment. I'm gonna ask the team to play a little music. We're gonna give you about 5 minutes or 3 minutes. Because the purpose of this was to give everyone an opportunity to meet new people. I saw a lot of that going on, hence the 15-minute that led to 30-minute intermission. We'll have more time to connect after this at the reception, but we're all about building a thriving, interconnected community. So we ask that you participate in this 3-minute survey, and it's not about the program. It's actually an opportunity for us to learn how we are all in a relationship with one another and how we can continue to provide programs that are responsive, inclusive, and deeply aligned with your values, your goals, and your professional background. So now to close out this unforgettable day, We are honored to welcome back a voice that has touched our hearts today through his poetry. So I'm going to ask Nana Asase for our final cultural performance to get ready. And then after the performance, we invite you to rejoin us outside for our closing reception. I want to thank you again for being part of today's gathering. Please get home safely, and we wish you a restful and joy-filled evening and weekend. Round of applause for just a great event. All right. Please survey. Thank you.
When we say ago, you say amen. Ago. I observed a very strange custom from Nigeria, where somebody gets to your door and they say pam pam pam. They don't knock. So we say ago. We send our voice on errands at points where our feet cannot reach. Take note of this. When we get to places where our feet cannot reach, we send our voices on errands. So I've been performing with three amazing friends of mine from Team Adasasa Inscriptions. This is Hashmula. Hashmula or Kofi Wave Dance. This Kofi is different. Kofi is a Friday movie. So this Kofi is actually different. And today is a Sunday. And I have C. He likes to announce that when we call him C. So that's C, our percussionist. And we have a multi-instrumentalist tonight who's playing the jile. Can I hear that? The jile, we call it xylophone or different other names, different languages. His name is Samson Kudeni. Now, this is the beauty of these three instruments. So when I meet everybody, I tell them I hide my fears in the hollows of the Fonton Drum. The Fonton Drum is one of the biggest drums in Africa. I hide my fears in there, but when my fears dare to come out, they come out on 6 strings under Kofi's very careful fingers. Yes. And then all our lives are like music. Once you find the miracle notes that holds the harmony together, my friend, you don't stop hitting it. And so that rhythm comes out when we beat the drums. When I hear the drums, I hear my heart beat. I beat my chest because I'm proud to be where I am. And our chests are as good as any, drum as any animal skin could ever be. Because you feel the rhythm of being human. Now, our people say there's a drum from Africa called the Brekete drum. And they say that issues that are important to the accounts of the people, in the forest area are the issues that when you go up north, they just play on the Brekete. Asemwa de here 74 and Asrim for the group Brekete. And so for me to go up north, this is from the savannah, and carry the jile from the savannah to the seaside, it simply says it's a matter that concerns all of us. My people, that is how we have these three instruments. They are represented also in different parts of Africa, together to try and make music. This is a semi-acoustic guitar, but by the fireside, even without electricity, all three instruments would work and would not have any technical glitches. It simply says, as we cross borders, as we cross spaces, as we meet people who are marginalized and we need to make a change, please, when you cannot send money, send your voice. For in those spaces, money will be worthless. Where you cannot send your big titles, please send your voice. It will make a lot more impact, a lot more difference. Where you cannot show anybody, whatever it is, please tell your story. Tell your story. This song, this music has no words. all of us are just going to clap to it and pay attention to the distinction of the instruments. Beautiful orchestra, are we ready? Please, all of you at the chorus, are we ready? Yes. So we can try this. On rehearse how we're going to change the world, every single note, every single misnote at a time. Okay. Africa, have we not been seated for a long time? Can we get up once more? Can we shake to this rhythm? I'm sure we would love this. Okay, so thank you very much. So can we have our hands free? All right. So we're going to start the music from the top and we're going to move very gently to it. If you're inspired, you can join us, fill the spaces. Let's do this and take some very good memories home, sending our voices into the spaces where we cannot walk into. Let's go. Woo! Ready? Can we go like that? Woo! Left and right. Can we go? Woo! Brother, you're the small. Come with me. Come, let's throw it around. That left and right. Woo! Like that. Okay. Where are you coming? Come over here. That's right. Let's go. having fun out here. Woo! That's right. Can we take this down? Can we take it down? So we get people to join us. All right. Who is joining us? Please, come on. Let's go. One big train. Let's go. That's right. We are going again. Let's go. Big circle. Round, 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 round. Let's go. Let's go round. Let's go. Okay, we are going like that. One, let's go. The big flare, let's go. All right, we've got it. Hello, Fatu. Are you coming with us? Come on. Carl is joining us. Woo! That's right. Clap. Let's go. Woo, woo, woo. All right. This is for Africa, people. This is for Aspen. For an amazing time at the center of the world. Thank you for coming. Come again soon. We love you so much.